会议即将开始，请各位来宾尽速就座，并请您将随身携带的行动电话及闹表关机或转为震动。为尊重演讲人智慧财产权，提醒各位来宾不要在现场录音录影，谢谢。The conference will begin in 3 minutes. Please be seated. For the quality of the conference, may we remind you, please turn off your cell phones or switch to vibration or silent mode. In respect of speakers' intellectual property, please do not record or take photos during the conference. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位现场及线上的来宾午安，欢迎莅临2022资讯科技防疫与人权挑战国际研讨会。本次研讨会由中央研究院法律学研究所、国家人权委员会及中央研究院法律学研究所资讯法中心共同主办。首先有请中央研究院法律研究所特聘研究员兼所长李建良所长为我们说几句话。
国家这个声音，国家委员会陈主委，各位委员，女士先生啊，大家午安啊！欢迎大家今天来参加这一场的科技防疫跟人权的国际学术研讨会啊！我可以把它拿下来。好，谢谢。这个我通常是拿麦克风讲话会比较自然一点。那欢迎大家今天来参加这一场的国际研讨会啊。那这一场研讨会呢是由中央研究院法律研究所的资讯法中心呢跟国家人权委员会来共同这个举办啊。那这是本所的一个荣幸。那么大家都知道呢，这个COVID-19 疫情爆发以来，对全球的各个领域呢，所有的生活在经济、政治、社会呢，也都产生非常大的一个巨变啊。那我们把它称为叫做这个大流行啊。那么在这样一个大流行之下呢，同时的这个科技呢，其实并没有停下它的脚步啊，也一直往前在这个发展。那其中呢，这个科技呢，对于这次的防疫呢，产生非常关键的这个作用啊。那很多的这些防疫措施呢，其实都是靠着这个科技呢来的协助呢，才有办法来做到啊。所以从这个各种资料的一个收集啊，那我们熟悉的这个在防疫过程当中的电子围篱啊，还有这个对于这个足迹的一个掌握呢，都是靠这个科技的这个协助啊。所以我们说智慧防疫呢，已经变成我们现在一个流行语啊。不过在此同时呢，我们也知道这个科技的防疫的之下呢，对人权的影响呢，可以是说或显或隐啊，也是说有些是我们看得见的，有些是我们看不见的这个影响啊。所以在这个整个疫情的过程当中呢，这个科技防疫呢，对于人权的影响呢，它变成是一个非常重要的一个议题啊。那本所呢，这个资讯法中心呢，从防疫过程当中呢，其实一直 非常关注这样的一个议题啊。那我们本所的研究人员呢，也一直在这个方面呢有一些相当多的一些研究啊。那本所呢也连着2年的这个院区开放呢，都以线上的方式呢，以这个防疫法治呢为主题呢，2次的这个线上做开放性的这个讨论哦。那最近的一次的在10月呢才刚这个举行啊。那么这次呢非常这个荣幸呢，我们可以跟国家人权委员会呢，针对这个主题呢来举办这样的一个国际性的这个研讨会哦。那我想我们透过这个国际的研讨呢，可以对于这个议题呢有更深入的一些掌握啊。那在此呢，这个就预祝我们的这个大会呢能够成功，给各位呢有一个丰富的学术飨宴。谢谢大家。
谢谢李所长的期许与鼓励。接下来有请国家人权委员会陈菊主任委员为我们致辞。
谢谢。那中央研究院法律研究所，我们李建良所长，包括韩国高丽大学副教授，那今天议会的所有的贵宾，那我们苏立琼委员林义荣委员，还有中央研究院等等，所有关心人权的好朋友，大家午安，大家好。首先非常高兴，国家人权委员会第一次跟中央研究院合办资讯科技的防疫跟人权挑战这样的一个国际研讨会。整个资讯科技跟人权之间，这个议题是新兴的人权的议题。那国家人权委员会在最近这2年来，不断对这个议题持续的关心，一直都认为这个议题是我们大家共同要关心。那尤其是看过去2年多来，在全世界，不管是政治、经济、社会、文化各个层面，都因为疫情受到重大的影响。尤其在疫情严峻的时候，每个国家的政府都是透过各种数位科技，它的监测的技术管理，然后再让控制疫情，当然也影响到人民一般的日常的生活。但是为了控制疫情，到底是公共卫生重要，还是个人的人权应该受到维护？这经常是一个非常两难的问题。当然，台湾也不例外。譬如我们透过资讯科技的协助，我们建立的个人的疫情，包括足迹的调查，用电子围篱进行居家隔离，或者是自主健康管理。我想这些数位科技的应用，让台湾的疫情能够有效的控制，但是当然可能也会对人权产生了限制跟影响。我们看到联合国、世界卫生组织等等，包括和联合国人权高专办等等，我们看到有16个组织在2020年11月19日，他们发表关于回应新冠疫情的资料保护的和隐私这个部分的联合声明。他们强调，这些数据的收集、使用、共用和进一步资料处理，可以限制病毒的传播， 同时有助于快速复苏的这个速度，特别是透过数位方式对接触的人来进行足迹的追踪。但是在使用的同时，我们有没有考虑到以人权为基础，并且在实施适当的考虑这个中间可能适用的国际人权资料的保护和对个人隐私原则的这样的一个很重要，我们认为这些原则上的维护。所以我想，现在台湾的疫情，包括全世界各地的疫情，慢慢的趋缓。那国家人权委员会跟中央研究院，我们能够合办这样的一个国际的研讨会，我们希望透过政府、NGO、非政府组织跟学术单位之间的对话，以人权保护作为主轴，来审视资讯科技的防疫对人权的挑战。那作为未来人权政策制定的参考，当然也是国家人权委员会对于未来促进保障人权，这是我们国家人权委员会成立的最重要的价值核心。这次的研讨会有2个场次，那首先是由我们苏立琼委员主持疫病、人权与法治，接下来由邱文聪我们研究员，他主持疫情中的资讯科技跟人权。那最后在圆桌的论坛讨论中，我们共同来找出后疫情的时代人权保障的核心跟它的基础。所以今天我们非常感谢在场所有的贵宾好朋友，关心疫情，关心人权，谢谢大家的参与。我们也要祝福今天的论坛能够顺利圆满成功也希望各位所有与会的贵宾平安健康。再一次代表国家人权委员会跟大家说谢谢，感谢罗兰。
谢谢陈主任委员的勉励和支持，请主委留步，有请各位贵宾一同上台合影。请我们台上的贵宾记得卸下口罩，这样拍照比较漂亮哦。Please take off your masks. Thank you. 我们请看中间的摄影师。谢谢各位贵宾，请先回座。主委因为另有公务需要先行离开，那我们这边再次谢谢主委。 谢谢主委。好，那我们再请各位贵宾回座，即将进行第一场的座谈会。我们现场设备在准备中，请大家稍后。我们第一场座谈会即将开始，请贵宾就座。现在进行第一场座谈会，议题为疫病、人权与法治。有请国家人权委员会苏丽琼委员担任座谈会主持人。
现场的所有贵宾以及我们线上的贵宾朋友们，大家午安，大家好。首先呢，我想很荣幸能够代表我们国家人权委员会来主持第一场的讨论会哈。那我想科技对我们生活的影响，它对人权的挑战其实存在很久了，只是这几年因为是防疫的状况，更凸显这个议题需要被关注哈。那我就先从一个例子开始。我有一个非常好的朋友，他是在经营一个非常好的长照机构，然后他最近就很兴奋的说，他要推动这个人脸辨识的制度哦，这老人走失了马上可以找回来。那我就跟他说，假使我去住你的机构，你帮我做人脸辨识系统，我会告你。嘿，他说，可是我这样子马上可以，你走失了可以马上找。我说我宁愿流落街头哈，被警察发现，我也不要让你透过人脸辨识马上找到我。所以我们两个就是一个极端，一个认为说科技很方便，我给你输进来。那我的想法说，为什么我人脸辨识我走到哪里都透过你的辨识系统可以发现我？所以我们两个走到极端，我说我宁愿饿死在街头，我也不要让你输入人脸辨识系统。然后他说，等到我帮你输入，你已经痴呆了，你也不知道了。那我说不行，那你既然有这种作为，我要先委托一个朋友，叮咛他哪一天万一我痴呆的话，由你帮我输入人脸辨识系统，要告你侵犯我的人权哦。所以我想说，这个议题很多人会不经意的就觉得，很好，我是基于照顾啊，应该很好用才对啊。那我就觉得说不行，你侵犯我太多的隐私权了，我不喜欢这样做。所以我相信这两个极端到底怎么做比较好？好，今天很好，我们有3位主讲者非常厉害，从比例原则，他怎么去论辩这个照顾好，或者怎样的各自能够在科技当中能够得到适当的保护，我们3位非常强的这个演讲者哈。后来对我刚刚自己生活当中的一个冲突的议题会做一些阐述哈，大家可以来在听过他们的演说之后，大家可以交换意见哈。那我想首先呢，主持人职责就要先介绍我们今天主要演说人哈，有3位哈。第一位我介绍是李长义教授哈， 他提供的题目是 COVID-19 疫情对比例原则的挑战哈。那李教授呢，他是德国耶鲁大学法学博士的专长呢，包括非常多的相关科技的法规啊，甚至他自己土地的专长利用，还有行政救济法、行政法、宪法的都有非常充分的一个研究啊。所以今天能请到来，他开场演讲很好。但是比较可惜的，他今天因故无法达到现场，但是他有完整的演说稿，会有请人代为宣读哈，这个是比较遗憾一点。但是我相信他的详细内容也可以透过代为宣读的同仁，让大家很理解他对这个比例原则的一个这样的挑战的一个见解哈。那第二位演讲者呢，是我们吴全峰，就是我们这次主办单位的研究所的副研究员哦。他是我们加州大学伯克莱分校法学博士啊，那专长呢就医疗法、国际人权法，还有公共卫生伦理啊。我相信他对我们这一次在疫情当中的这样的使用这个科技来对隔离者的管理啊等等的，应该有很深的感受哈。他的题目是 COVID-19 疫情下的个人资料的保护跟挑战。那第三位呢也是非常厉害的一位演说者是范金文啊，他是我们也是我们中央研究会法律研究所资讯法学中心的博士后研究员兼代理执行长哈。他本身是英国埃萨克斯大学社会学的博士，而且专长是国际人权法、科技跟社会研究、制裁权、原住民权利等等的啊。所以我相信就我们今天三位主讲者呢，他们自己有丰沛的学历的学术训练，同时有非常丰厚的实务的一个经验跟研究啊。那我相信他们能够透过他们的专题演讲，那我们对这样的一个议题，医病、人权跟法治，能够得到一个大家多面的思考跟横平的一个思考的一个角度哈。那我想我们今天主要是听他们的演讲，我也希望说预留一点时间，大家可以开放我们现场的朋友或线上朋友可以交换意见啊。所以预计我们每位主讲者有18分钟的时间，那我们预留大概10多分钟来开放大家讨论。那也再一次呢，谢谢大家出席，也希望我们以下的演说能够得到大家热烈的回应哈。那我介绍到此，谢谢。
谢谢苏委员精彩的引言介绍。第一位邀请到逢甲大学土地管理学系李长业助理教授，讲题为 COVID-19 疫情对比例原则的挑战。因为李老师确诊不克前来，现场由林杰代为宣读。
在座各位长官、各位老师、各位来宾，大家好，我是中研院法律所研究助理何林杰。今天由我来代李长业助理教授宣读他的报告。今天他的报告题目是 COVID 疫情对比例原则的挑战。那这是他的报告大纲。首先会讲问题意识，第二部分呢是比例原则在 COVID 疫情期间所面临到的挑战。第三部分，他提出以更精确的比例原则操作来面对 COVID-19 疫情，以及日后如果有类似危机的时候的挑战。最后是结论。首先，我们知道这个疫情已经3年，那疫情影响的范围非常的大，影响时间也超乎预期的久。那各国，全世界各国以及台湾所有的防疫措施，如果都是立足于生命健康权的保障的时候，那么所有的防疫措施是不是因此都合乎比例原则呢？德国有一位教授曾在媒体的访谈当中提及，倘若涉及的是一个在一定程度的大范围内造成影响的风险预防的时候，比例原则将无法发挥它的规制的作用。那是不是这真的是这样？在疫情之下，其他我们宪法所保障的基本人权的规范作用都没有用武之地呢？以台湾刚好这个礼拜最夯的一个问题，台湾最近禁止确诊者投票为例，中选会主委李进勇说，这个是因为传病防治法的规定，我只要是确诊就必须接受隔离，而这样子的隔离的措施在释字690号解释也被大法官认为没有违反比例原则，所以很不得已的要照国家防疫的规定 就是会不会有人因为想要投票隐匿他确诊这件事情，我们是没有办法清查掌握的。但是身体健康非常的重要，除了自己要保护自己的健康，也要保护家人朋友的健康，所以希望大家按照防疫规定来做。好，所以首先我们要先去想，就是比例原则在传统的它的内涵跟它的适用是什么。那当然我们知道它是宪法第23条必要这2个字的内涵，也是行政程序法明文的原则。那比例原则是我们讨论一个目的跟它的干预手段之间的一个合理关系的一个原则，包括我们知道有4个子原则：目的正当、适当性，也就是说采取的手段应该有助于目的的达成。第3个是必要性，就是有多种同样能达成目的的手段的时候，应选择侵害最小的手段。第4个是衡平性狭义比例原则，也就是说采取的手段所造成的损害应该跟想要达成的目的之间合乎比例，不应该失去它的均衡跟适当。那么这种传统的比例原则的一个适用，在针对各种防疫措施，我们要去操作这个比例原则的困难之处在于哪里呢？立法者、政府、行政机关很多时候都是在一个未知的情况下做成决定。例如疫情蔓延的速度到底多快，医疗量能什么时候会超载，这些都没有办法在决策的当下确定。立法者、政府、行政机关所做的决定所涉及的范围也相当的广，原因在于病毒附随在人体的身上，只要是人所出没的场域都会被影响。换言之，几乎是所有的社会生活场域都会受到影响。因此，在比例原则的审查当中，并非只是单纯的双面的，或是多方的权衡，而是在一个有大量的事物牵扯在一起、互为依附的整体社会环境当中，我们要去权衡这件事情。例如我们在实施3级警戒的期间，我们要关闭特定场所，比方说学校、零售业、餐饮、娱乐业等等。我们考量检测的量能、新增确诊者的数目、各种中高风险族群的保护等等。考量这些之外呢，你还要去考量这些被影响的店家他们的经济状况、整体社会的经济政治的条件等等。因此，李教授呢提出，我们应该要以更精确的比例原则操作来面对这个 COVID 疫情以及类似的状况。针对各式的防疫操作比例原则的时候，应该考量一个总体的因素，而大概可以有以下，比方说我们在想权力分立原则。由于疫情千变万化，变异的病毒层出不穷，所以许多防疫措施做成的时候，都是处于未知以及不确定的状态。因此，立法者在立法，行政机关在制定行政措施的时候，都因此而享有评估特权，以及一个形成空间，决策的形成空间。那么在这样的状况之下，司法审查空间是不是相对的就比较低？第二个是我们在操作比例原则的时候，可能还要再去考量到时间、行为、认知等等的因素带来的影响。比方说，随着时间的经过，我们对疫情的认知以及了解是越来越多的，降低了之前刚刚所提到的不确定性以及未知性，而人民也会逐渐调适自己的行为，以因应疫情。比方说，我们随时记得戴口罩，现在不戴口罩，你可能觉得不太舒服，或者是因此，随着时间的经过，也会使得立法权以及行政权的评估特权以及形成空间逐渐的萎缩，司法审查的密度则随之而提高。但这里他提出，并不意味着立法或行政就再也没有评估特权以及形成空间。 结论是，比例原则并不是一个很僵化的审查机制，而是动态而具有弹性的。这里举一个德国的例子为例，在2020年3月疫情一开始爆发的时候，德国禁止人民使用公园内的长椅。一开始是被认为符合比例原则，但后来就因为不符合适当性而被认为违反比例原则。那么究竟什么是更为精确的比例原则操作呢？以下呢就针对4个子原则来说明。第一个，目的正当。固然生命及健康权是宪法所保障的重要法益，但若所有防疫措施都仅以此为目的，就要求其他被限制的基本权或法律利益都必须退让的话，那么就会实质掏空基本权的宪法保障功能。因此，应将每个措施的目的在生命及健康权的框架之下，更为具体而明确地指出其目的为何，甚至应该要定出各个防疫措施的短程目标。第二个，适当性原则，所采取的手段必须要确实实现前述各项具体的目标。在防疫期间呢，这个要件具有相当的重要性，让民众能够确实的理解并接受这些防疫措施，是真正能够达到效果的。第三个，必要性，在德国这个2020 3月疫情爆发的时候，禁止所有宗教聚会以及弥撒礼拜的举行。在台湾也有类似的这个禁令。联邦宪法法院一开始认为此项措施在权衡宗教自由以及生命健康权之后，认为合乎比例原则。但不久之后，联邦宪法法院在另一项裁定当中认为，随着疫情的发展以及相关知识的掌握，可以使用入场的人流限制以及座位保持间隔等方法来达到保障参加的人士以及神职人员的健康。因此认为前面说的这个禁止措施不符合必要性原则。第四，衡平性及狭义比例原则。这里呢，应该是防疫措施比例原则审查的一个重心。司法审查重点应该在事实的层面以及法律的层面，两个层面都应该兼及。事实层面就是说，事实情状是不是有完全的判断错误；法律层面则包含是否就基本权所保障的利益是明显未予考量，或是有错误的权衡比重。或是呢，平等原则之下，在解封各式场所的时候，要考量为什么有些场所是可以开放的，有些场所应该要维持封闭。另外，以禁止确诊者投票来说，也应该要考量为何确诊者可以参与其他室内封闭的活动，例如考试，却无法参与投票。另外呢，还要考量各式管控措施的边际效应，例如刚刚所提到的被管制的店家的经济损失，其他层面的健康损害，例如因为长期的封闭跟控制，针对孩童妇女的家暴事件有增加的趋势，或是因为长期的封闭跟控制导致身心疾病的案例增加。又或者是第三，精神层面的损失，例如教育机会的减少，无法参加各式艺文活动等等。另外也提到，必须要考量许多被防疫措施所影响的人，其实都是健康或者是无传染力的人。因此来到结论，以确诊者无法投票这个例子来说，更精确的比例原则操作，也就是说要更加的明确描述指出究竟这个禁令的措施何在，而非仅以维护生命健康为唯一的目的。例如呢，是为了维护在场参与投票事务的工作人员的健康，又或者是为了避免其他同时投票的人民受到感染。而在必要性来说，也应该考量疫情爆发至今已经历时将近3年，我们对于感染的途径以及目前病毒的危害， 都比以前更具掌握了。是否有其他可替代的手段呢？比方说是分流投票，同样可以达到维护其他人的健康的目的。再以辖利比例原则来说，我们应该考量确诊者投票的权利，也就是说在民主原则之下政治参与的这个权利，以及前述目的之间的一个权衡。确诊者如果可以参加其他室内活动，为什么没有办法参加投票呢？更加精确的比例原则的操作，比方说更精准的描述各项措施的目标，在衡平性阶段进行更为全面的衡量，将对于社会提供更多而且是发轫于基本权保障的动力以及稳定性。这是今天李教授的报告，谢谢大家。
谢谢李助理教授准备精彩的内容，谢谢林杰简要清楚的宣读。第二位邀请中央研究院法律学研究所吴全峰副研究员为我们主讲疫情下之个人资料保护挑战。
国家人权委员会的委员，然后李老师跟各位贵宾，大家好。那很高兴今天有机会来这边跟大家稍微简单讲一下有关于 COVID-19 疫情下的个人资料保护。然后，其实在这一次疫情当中，跟之前在1910几年的时候的那个西班牙流感大流行最大的差别，就是在这一次的疫情当中，我们所面临到的那个疫情的控制状况，我们有非常多不同于以往的工具来做运用，然后去做防疫的工作。然后尤其是资讯科技的进步，使得我们可以掌握大量的资料来协助我们做这样的一个防疫的工作。那刚刚主委也提到说，在这一次当中，许多国家都用了这个东西，台湾当然也不例外。我们也用了非常多科技防疫的手段来去协助我们去控制疫情。然后我们在科技防疫的手段的协助之下，老实讲，我们疫情相对世界其他各国来讲，我们控制的相对不错。我们所做的手段包括资料库的串接，从最刚开始的时候，疫情一爆发的时候，我们就把健保资料库跟比如说出入境资料，然后跟警政资料或者户政资料做串接，包括比如说 TOCC 的一些使用，入境海关的时候的一些资料库的串接，或者是我们甚至在那个电子围篱上面的话，也会把资料跟户政资料跟警政资料做连接。然后除了资料库的串接之外，我们也包括电子围篱，就是针对 quarantine， 就是隔离者或者是自主健康管理者，我们利用电信公司的那个基地台去框住说你不能离开这个区域。那离开这个区域的话，就会发出警讯给户政单位或者是给那个行政机关，那可以去做一些处罚的动作，或者是请你能够回到你 quarantine 的地方。那另外还包括实名制，早期是纸本实名制，后来也发展出所谓的简讯实联制，借由简讯的一个发送给1922，就是那个防疫的那个专线，然后资料就会储存在电信公司，然后我们会有足迹的，就可以这样子去追踪每一个人的足迹，然后他曾经到过哪边，然后当有疫情发生需要通知的时候，就变成是去调阅那个电信公司的资料，然后去通知这些人说 OK 你可能跟确诊者有接触。那同样这个大家应该也非常熟悉，曾经发生过的争议就是警政单位能不能够去调这个简讯实联制的资料作为犯罪侦防之用，也引起非常大的争议。然后最后是本来希望能够进一步强制，后来没有的就是社交距离，因为后来在疫情慢慢趋缓，而且比较进入后疫情时代的时候，虽然当初在开放的时候有曾经讨论过是不是要用社交距离软体，那也的确有推出了一个用 Bluetooth 为基础去做的社交距离软体，但后来并没有强制大家必须要安装这个软体。所以在这些大量的资料跟资讯科技的运用之下，我们会发现说，我们原来希望能够保障的一些隐私权或个人资料保护，似乎在疫情之下被广泛的运用在不同的资料库或不同的科技之间。昨天我参加另外一个研讨会，然后他们在讲日本的案子，就是类似这样的资料库的运用，它可能不会立即带来人权上面非常明显的影响，但它会产生那个另外老师他讲，他形容说这种是叫做一个钝痛。 就是它会慢慢的去影响你跟隐私权的一些保障，会慢慢影响你在这个社会上面的一些资讯的一些应用等等的东西。所以世界各国其实包括欧盟，或者是包括那个联合国或者是 WHO， 它在疫情之后就不断的尝试是说 OK， 我们需要用这些资讯科技，但是它的界限在哪边？所以我这边就会尝试着从 GDPR 下面所发展出来的，包括合法性、然后目的拘束原则，或者是资料最小应用原则，或者是透明性来看，说 OK， 那我们在这次的疫情当中，我们在利用资讯科技去处理疫情当中有没有什么样的问题？那主要是从我最近发表的这篇文章当中去衍生出来的一些概念。那第一个东西是讨论所谓的一个合法性的一个问题哈。那合法性的问题基本上就是因为我假设需要运用到个人资料，那势必会牵涉到隐私或者个人资料保护的问题，所以在法律保留原则之下，我们必须要有适当的合法性基础，有适当的法律依据，让政府可以去使用这些工具。那在我们的个人资料保护法下面，包括第6条的第1项，针对我们在疫情当中最常用的健康资料这种敏感性个资，我们有规定说，在哪些情况之下你可以用，包括比如说法律明文规定啊，公务机关会非公务机关去履行法定义务的必要范围内，或者是协助，比如说我们在简讯实联制当中去使用这样的一个请电信公司帮忙，就可能会落入所谓的协助的一个范围之内，或者是针对公务机关去使用一般资料的时候，在15条的第1项第1款有规定，在目的内你可以怎么样使用，然后16条规定在目的外可以怎么样可以使用。所以基本上来讲的话，就合法性来讲，政府是主张说相关科技防疫措施都有适当的法律依据跟授权。然后比如说以追踪居家检疫跟隔离位置资讯，或者是建制电子围篱 2.0， 就是对于自主健康管理者的监测，会认为说我依照传染病防治法。然后针对健保卡查询那个旅游史啊、接触史东西的话，就依据同样传染病防治法第7条跟第31条有关于人流控制的一些条文，或者是个资法。实联制的法律依据也是回到传染病防治法第37条的规定哈。那或者是假设没有个别法律的话，那指挥中心就会开始回到说，我从个资法里面我们去找到相关的法律条文。所以我们可以看到，台湾政府非常努力的去在合法性基础上面，我尝试去提出适当的法律基础，去正当化我对于个人资料的运用。那这个是一个好的趋势跟好的方向。但是我们假设回过头去看的话，当疫情慢慢趋缓的时候，我们势必有必要去检讨说，好，紧急的状况已经慢慢消失了，我们必须要尝试再回去说，遇到下一次疫情我们要怎么去处理的时候，这些法律依据够不够，可能必须要去看哈。那主要的问题是在于说，合法性的基础是不是除了形式上面有一个法律条文之外，它有没有必要具备其他的要件？包括你这个法律的授权基础必须要明确讲清楚是什么，理论上应该是要的。但我们回过头去看的话，比如说被最常用到的法律条文，像《传染病防治法》第7条或是第37条的规定后，它常常会使用一个比较空泛的 term， 比如说那个第7条就会说是其他经各级有政府机关公告的防疫措施。对，其他有效的预防措施，或者是第37条讲的其他经各级政府机关公告的防疫措施，他会用这种比较空泛的一些防疫措施，就框进了所谓的科技防疫的一个措施。那这个样子会不会有问题呢？在我的看法里面会觉得说，这个东西假设在之后我们面临到同样状况的时候，最好是能够把它写得再更清楚一点比较好。比如说以《传染病防治法》第7条的规定来讲，它讲的是说，主管机关应实施各项调查及有效预防措施，以防止传染病的发生。传染病已经发生或流行的时候，要尽速控制，防止其蔓延。但是防止传染病发生的这个有效措施，它的概念几乎是涵盖所有的东西了，尤其是在 COVID-19， 它的影响范围极广，而且传染途径包括可能说飞沫传染，可能是接触传染，它相较于不易于日常生活当中设防，就是它很容易，就是我所有的措施都可能说你跟防疫有关，所以变成说政府假设要借由第7条的规定去建立起科技管制手段跟传染病防疫手段之间的关联性的话，会非常容易。假设以这种空泛的方式的话，所以假设以这种空泛方式当做法律基础的话，它相对来讲就会赋予政府非常大的一个空间去使用个资。那是不是适当？我觉得在事后我们可以进一步的，就是在后疫情时代，我们可以进一步的去检讨，以避免说政府在这边是不是有可能构成自缢的一个可能性。好，那 我觉得在这边的话，当然也会有不同的讨论哈。有一种讨论是会认为说哈，其实传染病防治法第7条讲的那个有效预防措施，它实际上已经够明确了。为什么？因为你既然要跟传染病防治去牵涉上关系的话，它一定会有个关联性存在。我觉得这种解释它不是没有理由，大概也可以理解这样的解释。只是假设照那个我们司法院释字690号的解释的话，这一个措施它是不是构成所谓防疫措施？理论上来讲，它必须要是社会大众可以不是难以理解的，而且它可能会包括特定科技在里面。理论上，社会大众应该要知道。只是在这个地方的话，我们会发现说，那个科技防疫手段实际上非常多元，而且非常复杂。到底能不能够说第7条那个有效预防措施就已经让社会大众可以去理解到说这个是什么东西了？所以我觉得在我自己的看法里面，我会觉得说，假设真的我们希望把科技防疫当作日后传染病防治上面的一个重要手段的时候，可能可以仿照那个李正山大法官在702号的解释当中，采取一个先用例示的方式，然后再用概括的方式去细致化说我们科技防疫手段应该要怎么做适用。所以就不是像传染病防治法第7条这种宣示性的条款当作各自使用的合法性基础，而必须比如说可能之后在修法的时候，把一些科技防疫手段用一些例示的方式去列进来。尤其这一次在 COVID 当中，我们有非常多的经验，例示之后后面再授权或者是赋予主管机关一定的权利做出判断。那这样的话，对于民众能够去理解说我今天所谓的科技防疫手段是不是政府可以采取的防疫手段，他会比较容易理解。那另外一个讲法是说，这一次疫情来得太急太突然，所以大家可能没有办法一下子找到适当的一个法律依据，所以只能暂时用第7条。我大概也可以去接受这样的想法，只是当疫情已经趋缓之后，我们当然必须要再去回去检讨第7条。就是既然这一次来得太急太急，然后也没有办法预期的时候，不得已之下，我们接受这样的方式，但不代表下一次疫情发生的时候，我们还必须要接受这样的方式。所以我觉得这个是可以去思考的面向。那假设我们照刚刚的讲法去解释，然后是不是用一个所谓的例示，然后再到所谓的概括的方式来去解决所谓的这个科技防疫的问题的时候，我们会发现说，还会出现的一个问题是，会不会概括的解释太过空泛，或者是太超过了 too extensive。以简讯实联制来讲，简讯实联制台湾那个依据指挥中心所公布的，它是采取传染病防治法第37条第1项的规定。他用的是最下面那一个，说是其他各级政府机关公告的防疫措施。那我们从刚刚的讨论当中，我们可以知道说，前面几个1到5的一个规定，我可以大概画出一个范围，然后再给政府一个权利，然后有一个空间去说，你可以在这个情况之下，你去做一个公告的防疫措施。但这边必须要非常小心的是，要去建立这2个之间的关联性，而不是这个东西就可以全面放进去。那这边会出现的问题就是，我们会发现说，第1款到第5款的规定，假设我们去看立法史或者立法演进的话，都是控制人数。就比如说像今天在这个场合，我有多少人只能在这个场合里面。但是我们会发现说，简讯实联制虽然是用第6款的规定，可是简讯实联制的目的不是控制人数。简讯实联制的目的是希望去收集个人资讯，然后让我以后能够通知你。所以他在这一个1到5款的规定，跟他所胜任使用的第6款的规定当中，它会产生一个断裂，所以2个之间的关联性不是那么明显。所以在这边的话，它能不能够真的说，因为第6条的规定给予我一个合法性的基础，就去做简讯实联制？我会觉得这边就可能会有一个断裂的状况存在，而不大合适。所以之后假设简讯实联制真的是我们防疫上面重要手段的话，是不是适合再用37条第1项当做合法性基础，或是我们必须要另外寻找一个合法性基础来解决这个样的问题？我觉得这个是我们也必须要去思考的方向。好，那除了用特定的一个法律作为依据，比如说刚刚的传染病防治法，另外一个常常用的是用个资法的规定当做基础。那个资法的规定当做基础的话，就学者来讲，基本上认为它不是不可以，因为以个资法的一般规定作为合法性基础的话，它可能在避免国家滥用上面，它能够发生一定的效果。只是我们回去看假设看那个 EDPB 或者是当那个什么那个他在这边所公布的这个0420的这个感染，我会发现说， 即使他们在 GDPR 上面，即使它的合法性基础可以以 GDPR 为主，但通常还是会希望说尽量以具体规范为依据，包括它的各自类型、相关各自主体的向其揭露各自的主体跟目的性这些东西，它希望能够在各国的那个什么内国法当中去做规定。所以个资法它不是不能够作为合法性基础，但它的规定有点太空泛了。所以仅以个资法，假设你没有特定的法律规定，然后单纯就用个资法做规定当做合法性基础的话，它可能就会有空泛的问题，而使得政府权力在这边有可能做扩张。而在最近大法官在8月份的时候，在宪判13号的时候，他也做了类似的解释。他认为个资法只是一个框架性的规范，所以在健保资料库的建制上面，我必须要在健保法上面做更细致的规范。所以假设宪法法院已经都做出这样的一个解释的时候，我们在防疫政策上面还是回到个资法这种比较空泛的一般性规范当做合法性基础的时候，我会觉得可能之后会受到挑战。所以假设我们现在面临到一些科技防疫措施，它没有办法找到特定的法律依据，而必须要回到个资法当做法律依据的时候，在未来可能在这边可能再做一个修法的一个方向，就是做这个修法的一个可能是一个动作啊或什么的，尝试把本来没有一些特定法律的规定，尝试重新规定在比如说传染病防治法或其他特别的法律规定当中，提供比较solid的合法性基础。好，刚刚是所谓的那个合法性基础哈。第二个，我想简单讲一下目的拘束原则。其实这跟前面会有关系。为什么需要目的拘束原则？是我希望政府把我的资料拿去用之后，它是在那个特定目的范围内做使用，它不会超出去。可是因为前面的合法性基础已经有一些空泛了，所以它在目的的一个说明上面的话，它往往会也跟着空泛起来。所以它就比如说，包括在那个 EDPB 在 Guidelines 03/2020当中，它比如说你既然在那个什么在疫情之下的话，你包括你不要透过隐私声明啊这些东西去向公众透露各自收集处理的目的，而且目的要充分或明确，或者是欧洲的执委会，它也同样说你的目的要明确。这边在台湾就有一些的争议，也是人权团体所争执的一个地方哈。我举一个例子来讲哈，就是台湾常常在一些科技防疫的一些目的上面，我们会用所谓的防疫所需或降低疾病盛行率这种比较高、比较空泛的东西去讲。那以万华那时候的例子来讲，人权团体有批评过万华的例子，就是一下子他把60万人的足迹全部框进去之后，发送60万人的一个简讯。那他的理由就很简单，他的理由就讲说，我今天是因应万华出现不明感染源 COVID-19 本土病例。他的目的就是我为什么要一下子不是只有确诊者跟他的接触者，而是一下子要用到60万人，所有的60万人进出的人或者是居民，然后在简讯实联制已经有的情况之下，我舍弃简讯实联制不用，然后用60万人。他的目的假设单纯只有因应万华区出现不明感染源 COVID-19 病例，他可能没有办法去解释清楚说，你一下子拉到那么高层次的各自收集，这个目的有没有办法去解释他的这种的手段高度的限制性的一个手段。所以在这种情况之下的话，我们假设回到公共卫生法的概念或者国际卫生法的概念的话，通常会认为科技防疫的政策目的不应该只是防疫所需或降低疾病盛行率，它的目的应该要具体说明说，我今天各自操作是在哪一种理论或实证依据的支持之下，以哪一种公共卫生监测手段达成哪一个族群的何种公共卫生影响，包括降低何种疾病的盛行率、发生率或死亡率，或希望改变哪一种健康行为。其实在那个 The Right to Health Impact Assessment 当中，它对于目的的一个检视，大概就是用这样的一个方式去做检视。所以以这样的检视去检视台湾的状况的话，就会发现说，它没有办法完全达到这样子的要求。那可能的理由就是我刚刚讲的，因为我们在合法性基础上面可能有些空泛的地方，所以就间接的造成在目的上面的叙述也不够清楚。所以这个是我觉得在之后可以去思考、去改变的方向。那其实这个就一环牵一环哈。因为目的不清楚，所以我到底要用哪些的资料是最少资料，也就跟着没有界限了。所以理论上来讲，在个资法的个资法的第5条当中就有规定说，个人资料的收集、处理跟利用，应该不得逾越特定目的的必要范围，而且它必须要有正当合理的关联性。但是我们刚刚讲，因为特定目的已经不清楚了，所以这边的判断相对来讲就不是那么容易处判断。所以在 在这个地方的话，还会有另外一个问题，除了刚刚目的不清楚之外，另外一个问题是政府它并没有针对大量运用各自的科技防疫措施订定具体化而且可以操作的一个规范或技术水准，所以它大概只会有一个 general 的一个规定，但是实际操作的时候，那个细节实际上并没有出来。可我们观察国外的话，那个细节相对来讲它会比较有比较仔细的guideline出来。我们以简讯实联制来讲好了，简讯实联制大概就是一个简讯实联制指引，那它只有讲说你大概必须要消灭然后依个资法的规定。可我们会发现说，当地方政府或者是一些机构，它在简讯实联制没有照那个指引的时候，那要怎么办？或者是指挥中心已经宣布指挥那个简讯实联制，或者是那个不需要再做实施的时候，金门县政府仍然继续实施简讯实联制，他们自己用的，他们自己实施他们实联制，怎么去做处理？政府比较没有一个固定的或者是比较明确的一个规范。那这个东西就会牵涉到台湾没有一个所谓的独立的各自的监管机构或机制。其实在宪判13当中已经讲了，他认为他必须要建立一个独立的监督机制，而这个独立的监督机制可能包括独立的各自保护监督机关，或者是定期的各自保护评估机制，它才能够确认政府在用这些资料当中，它是不是在最小范围当中做使用。那在台湾来讲，因为这一个东西是大家争执非常久的东西，宪判13宪法法院也做了一个类似的一个宣示。我觉得在之后疫情结束之后，这个是我们必须要思考的方向。最后我讲一下那个透明性透明性相对来讲，台湾做的相对完整而且相对好，因为在疫情当时的时候，我们每天的下午2点都会有一个记者会，讲非常多的东西，然后很多的资讯，大概我知道大家都有下载那个疾管家，在 LINE 上面的疾管家也会把所有的资讯通通都弄出去，所以相对来讲，我们在这一块做的是比较好的。那只是我可能鸡蛋里头挑骨头一下，就是这些的资讯往往回到一个问题是，它很多时候都是从上往下，或者是专家决策的一个结果。它对于专家决策后面的 reasoning， 我们在台湾的这个防疫政策过程当中，常常是没有特别的去注意这一块的。所以它对于所谓 transparency 当中所要求的，你必须要具有可验证性、可解释性或者是可监督性，这3块有没有办法真的完成？就是我们资讯虽然尝试够透明，但是它的背后的 reasoning， 它的理由是什么，我们可能并没有讲得那么清楚。所以在这3个包括可验证性、可解释性跟可监督性的情况之下，有没有办法使得 transparency 更加进一步？我觉得这是我们可以去思考的方向。好，简单讲一下结论我觉得台湾在这一次防疫当中，我们使用科技防疫，我们实际上政府尝试了用非常多的手段去缓和它的影响，包括当然也引起非常多法律学者的争议，但政府至少在这方面的话，有些学者认为说，我们去避免发紧急命令这一个，是表现台湾说我们至少还希望在民主的管制之下去做这样子的疫情防治，去做这样的科技防疫的动作。然后我们也尝试，有些学者也认为说，我们基本上在这一块的话，包括立法院仍然在运作法院仍然在运作。然后专家学者的建议什么东西，透过每天的记者会这些东西去公布，所以他在 democratic 跟 technocratic 的 legitimacy 上面尝试去做这样的东西，所以台湾民众那么接受这些科技防疫措施，有可能某种部分是因为我们做了一些事情，所以我们接受度高，然后我们才能产生这样的一个影响，但是不代表我们没有问题。所以我刚刚讲的，在紧急状况之下，我们可能忽略了一些东西，那忽略的这些东西是不是在疫情过后，我们必须要重新再检视，重新把它捡回来，包括在传染防治法，包括在个人资料保护法建议当中，我们要再去做修正，才使得下一次我们面对这样疫情的时候，我们有关于隐私权、个人资料保护能够更加的完整。好，我的报告简单到这边，谢谢。
谢谢吴副研究员丰富精辟的分享分析。邀请本场次最后一位讲者，中央研究院法律学研究所博士后研究学者范金文博士，讲题为科技防疫与人权。
Good afternoon. It is such a privilege and a pleasure to be here with all of you. Many thanks to the co-organizers for making this event possible. The public discourse about pandemic tech and human rights so far has been centered around civil and political rights, particularly privacy enshrined in UDHR Article 12. And it is indeed an important human right, the foundation of human dignity and autonomy that is linked to rights such as the right to family life, sexual orientation, the right to health, etc. These are all economic, social, and cultural rights. One of the objectives of this talk is to raise awareness for a holistic view of human rights, that is, including economic, social, and cultural rights that are often neglected, but are also significantly implicated by technology in the age of pandemic. The other objective is to raise awareness about what tool to use for what purpose. This is a helpful way to remind ourselves about our core values or what we are aiming to protect in the time of crisis like COVID-19. This is the planned outline for today. I'll briefly speak about economic, social, and cultural rights in the context of digital governance, which is not often addressed or not enough attention is given. And then we'll look at some of the vulnerability in the datafied digital world. And then also we'll look at the pandemic tech response and asking the question about how do we measure. Then we'll reflect on some of the last talked about issues and then conclude with some reflection and recommendations. To begin, I think it is worth revisiting the first World Conference on Human Rights that established the so-called 1993 Vienna Consensus, which reaffirmed the interconnectedness and indivisibility of human rights holistically as envisioned by the UDHR. The UDHR was meant to become one coherent covenant that enshrined both civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Unfortunately, due to political negotiation during the Cold War, it was divided into two covenants as we know them today. That is the ICCPR and the ICSCR. I can't presume prior knowledge of all the participants, so I thought it's good to review all the rights and what they are. Also to remind ourselves about these rights. The civil and political rights, or CP rights, are typically regarded as negative rights and freedoms that ensure the individual's right to participate in civil and political life without discrimination, repression, or interference by the state. They include individual rights to life, liberty, and privacy, the freedoms of thought, conscience, and religion, and the freedoms of expression, association, assembly, as well as general rights to non-discrimination, equal protection. Economic social rights are sometimes regarded as more positive and collective in nature. They are concerned with the basic social and economic conditions required to live a life of dignity and freedom. Economic, social, and cultural rights are related to employment, social security, family life, access to health care, education, adequate living standards, such as access to food, clothing, and housing. Environmental rights is also part of it, and the participation in cultural life, which is also very important for minorities and indigenous peoples, for example. So as digital technologies evolve beyond traditional ICT to increasingly mediate access to everything, from healthcare to employment, education, and participation in social and cultural life. A wide range of human rights are implicated, not just civil and political rights such as the freedom of expression, privacy, but also economic, social, and cultural rights as we just reviewed. For example, several special procedures of the UN Human Rights Council have addressed issues related to new technologies, including the special rapporteur on the right to health regarding digital surveillance, the independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons regarding tech barriers, among others, the special rapporteur on extreme poverty and human rights. These are just naming a few. There's a whole list, actually. The reason why I put these two publications on the slide is because they cover some of the points that I just covered. Now, what the pandemic had done was highlighting the shortcomings and inequalities of digital acceleration, which deepened the digital divide and created two stories. Those on one side of the digital divide are mostly concerned about the privacy and security impacts of this increased reliance on digital tools. Those left behind face increasing exclusion and precarity across all domains of life. For example, low-income individuals, often with older phones or no phone, might lack access altogether to digital contact tracing and exposure notification apps. Low-income countries might not be effectively served by this digital innovation because they often have low levels of smartphone penetration and an overall older smartphone fleet. The Human Rights Council Advisory Committee mindfully noted in its recent report that the relationship between technologies and human rights is rather complex. Now, go back to the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard Kennedy School. This policy paper also noted the discourse around pandemic tech for COVID-19 is but a mere microcosm of the degree to which the role of human rights has been undervalued in the conversation about digital governance. This is an area that requires our due attention beyond the popular technological solutionism. This is a term quoted by a researcher in 2014. Now, some of the vulnerability that many of us in this room probably have already experienced or are fully aware, but it never hurt to review them. One aspect is the uniqueness of digital technology and how it enables easier and cheaper ways to collect, access, analyze, use data at scale and speed, and easy to transfer and multiply unlimited copies and storage transporter and jurisdictions. And the vulnerability that most of us are concerned about is how individuals are helplessly losing control of their sensitive and personal records that can be stored permanently in multiple places without your consent or control for easy abuse, such as data about your personal family health, movements, and social interactions, etc. These are just some of the recent news regarding, how your data are on sale online without you knowing it, or, for example, this one is Palantir is a controversial surveillance technology company based in the U.S., and it has its hands in the public health sector for some time now. It's a rather worrying trend that some of the speakers among us are actually aware of it. I think the German NGO, you guys are having a case regarding this. Maybe you can share with us later on. So, given the context and challenges that we have just reviewed, how can we measure the pandemic tag in a manageable way to assess the question posed at the beginning? That is, what tool to use for what purpose? So this is a compilation done by a blogger to see how many different pandemic tag has been used in different countries. And there are 4 types of categories. And you can see, well, at this event, most of us are concerned with contact tracing apps. So you can see that there are quite a number of mobile apps are available in multiple countries. And for example, 45 mobile apps now use Google and Apps API, or some of them don't. The US has more than other countries in the world. And then 19 apps with 4 million downloads combined have no privacy policy and thus no expectation of data privacy. So this is just the overview of some of the apps that's being used out there, because the next speakers in the next session will speak more about the specific cases and share specific apps via case studies. So I would just speak in more general terms of the types and usage. Now, another one that I find it might serve some purpose for our event today, that is to use a simple framework to see whether we could measure certain pandemic tag, how or whether it meets the purpose of its design. And there is a team of Oxford researchers. They actually developed this framework with 4 principles to provide a simple tool derived from the European Convention on Human Rights, the ICCPR, and the United Nations Siracusa principles. This is a principle that sets the limitations of human rights principles at times of national and international crisis, including public health emergencies. The guiding principles come with a set of 16 questions. I only listed some of them here for you to review. And the principles are scientific validity, necessity, time-boundedness, and proportionality. The previous speakers have addressed some of them already. According to this framework, the technology gets a green light for implementation if the above are true. Given the time limit, I will only look at I will only briefly say that scientific validity, so far, most of the studies show that unknown effectiveness has been reported. So given the lack of evidence as to the effectiveness of digital contact tracing, there is no basis to conclude that a mandatory requirement to install a digital contact tracing app would be necessary or proportionate. And another one that I will speak more of, given the time limit, will be necessity. For example, they also lack hard evidence that shows that the contact tracing app is necessary for the goal. We actually have an interesting alternative case in Ecuador that demonstrated how other than the contact tracing app, you can use an alternative method for some success. For example, during the pandemic, a team of urban planner and data analysts came together and using data available to create heat maps of the infection. And then the map shows what areas in the capital of Ecuador were most severely hit by the pandemic. And the data collected were used to predict areas of the city that were most vulnerable to the spread of the virus. In other words, the contact tracing app didn't get a green light under this principle of necessity, given available alternative that has been explored and successful. I will move, instead of explore more of the principles with examples, I will move on to the next slide. That is the last talk about issues. Why do I put on the UDHR and the preamble here? It is to speak about how UDHR aims to protect everyone and no one should be left behind. However, the widening digital exclusion reinforces inequality. And the key issues include digital divide, digital literacy, tech barriers that comes with digital intervention and response. I think our goal is to reinforcing equality and non-discrimination in new technologies to bridge the gaps in order to promote the full enjoyment of human rights for all and not the privileged ones. Another one is in the area of business and human rights. For example, this report shows how Apple and Google can build and deploy a decentralized smartphone app faster than democratic governments could come to a consensus on their approach. As such, these private companies get to frame the conversation for lawmakers. And these tech companies also have the advantage of global market dominance over hardware devices and operating systems. They could even prevent governments from introducing alternatives. This is the area that require our attention. And finally, I will do quick concluding notes, drawing recommendations from two documents, actually reports from the Human Rights Council. One is the OHCHR report that talked about economic, social, and cultural rights and the role of new technologies. I selected some of the relevant ones for today's audience. On the right-hand side, they highlighted the human rights-based responses to new technologies as important, and reinforcing equality and non-discrimination in new technology is also important. Among the, in addition to the 4 principles they were just looked at, here they also listed 4 aspects for us to consider as the legality, legitimacy, necessity, and proportionality that echoed previous slides and also previous speakers. Worth noting is how this report also highlighted the responsibilities of the private sector. So as this report by the Human Rights Council Advisory Committee, they actually propose 3 pillars for a holistic approach regarding technology, human rights, and regulations. I see that my time is up, so I will end here. Thanks for your attention.
谢谢范博士深入浅出的说明。我们现场准备一下椅子，然后邀请我们的主持人以及讲者上台，谢谢。
好，我们现在还有将近10分钟的时间，可以征求在场的朋友要对我们主讲者有任何疑问要提出的，或者我们也欢迎线上的朋友可以先用打字的方式再反映的意见，那我们大概会请我们的同仁来协助宣读哈。好，我们有哪一位朋友？来，请。好，我们第3排这位女士，是不是给她一个麦克风？
我有3个问题要请教吴老师哈，吴全凤老师。首先，你在其中一个那个 PPT 都怕自己讲错 ，PPT 里面有提到，就是说我们那个目的的限制哈，那就是说我们为了如果要让这个防疫的措施它有合法性或是适当性的话，那最好是能够有具体的操作的。具体的这种操作的手法或是方法，那你有提到说公卫界有时候用什么方法呢？希望能够达到什么目的？我记得你有红字嘛。那我第一个问题就是说，我想请问一下，公卫医疗界的方法有共识吗？我们在这一次的防疫过程当中，最常看到就是有一些，我不能说他是非主流啦，就是有一些医师，因为他也有医师的专业的背景，那他竟然还出来说防疫或者说打疫苗这个事情也应该受到挑战，当然这也是医学界也是有这样的说法啦。但是就一般民众他的专业知识如果不足的话，那我们怎么知道或是判断哪一种方法最适合达到什么目的？然后最后来证成说那样的措施是具备有这个正当性或是合法性的。我想公卫界或医生界他们自己基于意识形态或是立场都已经吵翻天了。那我们一般人到底要怎么样才能够判断或者决定？那第二个问题就是说，刚才你有提到说，希望在将来的修法上面能够不管是用例示或是什么方法，能够把一些比较具体的东西列在这个法令上。那我想，我们在座的这些人都面对了好几波科技的那种突飞猛进的发展。那科技的发展有时候根本远远超出我们能够想象，或者说它原本开发出来的目的就不是为了那个，但是我们突发奇想，就觉得说它可以达成哪一个目的？那你现在如果规定的太细致，会不会将来也没有办法去应付那个未知疾病它的那个发展的那个结果或是路径？然后再来第3点就是说，因为你一直提到空泛，但是你也提到宪法的那个释宪，我是没有看过多少的宪法范例啊，但是我觉得那个里面的字。宪法内容其实有时候也很空泛啊，或者说我们的那种大法官他也避免讲出太具体或是针对性的字词的那个词汇。那这样子我们怎么去执政者或是政策者或是立法者他怎么去遵随那个看似也很空泛的内容？谢谢。
好，我们是不是再征求一位朋友意见，那统一再回答，这样比较好？来，我们的林委员。好，因为时间限制哈，我想我们林委员发言意见就请我们现在针对吴教授嘛哈，那
这个疫情期间我们国家制定了纾困条例，名字很长，制定纾困条例。为了纾困条例最主要的目的是要在放松那个对行政机关的一些限制，好让行政机关能依照专业的判断来采行对疫情最有利的一个措施。那我不晓得这种放宽哈，在学法律的朋友来看起来，到底要到什么样的程度？有没有一个限制？还是怎么样？因为这个对我们来说是一个有一点争议的问题，就是对行政机关在疫情的时候，像我们要给一个疫苗哈，给那种还没有做过3级试验的疫苗，给那个紧急授权的使用，这 EUA 紧急授权使用的时候，我们国家因为用国产疫苗，因为只做到2级而已哈，那我们政府就给它卫福部就给它 EUA， 所以引起了大家很多的讨论跟辩论。那别的国家的那个 EUA 看起来大部分好像都做到第3期，所以说那这样子的对这种行政机关的那种行政权力的放松，到底有没有什么一个标准或者怎么样？这是我的问题。
这个林教授林委员希望谁回答这个问题？不过这个看起来好像好都可以嘛，好，那是不是我们先请吴教授刚刚有朋友的3个问题嘛，哈，好，那我们欢迎范教授补充了哈。
好，那个我先一个一个回答，从顺序好了。第一个是问说那个目的限制，其实目的限制在这边的话，目的的具体跟刚刚那个提到的那一个什么，是不是有不一样意见？我觉得是2件事情。就是你先把目的具体之后， 你不一样的意见才能在那个具体目的下面去辩论。但是当给一个空泛的目的，比如说就是防疫，那后面的辩论实际上没办法出来，因为我没有办法针对这个目的到底是不是能够达成他所宣称那个手段达成他所宣称的目的，是没有办法去讨论的。所以我这边所主张的会是说，你那个目的不应该是以防疫或者是降低盛行率这种比较空泛的。在公共卫生就 Human Rights Impact Assessment 当中，他只讲说你那个目的能够具体，而且具体是要用这种方式去说明它怎么样具体。但你有不同的意见，就是在这一个具体目的之下去辩论，所以你不承认它，比如说不承认它的那个流行病学的调查，那你可以在这个下面去辩论。但是当你那个目的不具体的时候，那个辩论不会出来。那不会出来的时候，我们就不知道那个中间的关联性是什么样子的。然后这是第一个回答哈。第二个是科技会超过法律，我承认科技会超过法律，其实跟刚刚那个委员问的最后一个问题会有一点点像哈。所以在疫情之下的话，我刚刚也会讲说，好，就算你那么紧急，那么不可预期，然后科技也可能没办法去预测，那刚开始的时候或许可以给一些空间在，可是那个空间到什么地方跟什么程度，政府理论上要讲清楚，政府要给一个条件出来，而不是说我因为科技不可预期，我这边就全部放给政府做决定。那所以我刚刚有举一个方式，就比如说你要么用例示后面给政府一个空间，而不是你完全就给空间，没有任何的例示，那这个中间会有不一样的差异。然后第三个是，第三个讲宪法上面的那一个，对，宪法也不太也很空泛嘛。好，我觉得它可能会有空泛的东西，但是就我刚刚讲说那个几个标准下面，它能够具体，你能够至少比如说，为什么这个东西可以达到这个目的讲清楚，然后你是什么样的 evidence base 达成这样的东西讲清楚，那至少它就没那么空泛。那空泛当然会是一个连续性的，它不可能说就是一刀切嘛。但我们可以慢慢的去改善，或者是慢慢尤其是疫情刚发生，可能我们不知道，那目的可能比较空泛。可是当我们疫情越来越了解的时候，比如说刚刚那个李博士李教授在讲的时候，他说那个德国法院在判决的时候，原来认为是不违宪，到后来认为违宪，就是因为我们在证据越来越多的情况之下，我们可以有更多的东西，所以那个目的理论上是可以根据疫情不断的做滚动式的调整，而不是一刚开始之后它就定在那边了。然后最后刚刚委员问的那个问题就是纾困条例，我觉得这个跟科技防疫我刚刚讲的可能没有关系，可是重要的问题是，我觉得台湾有一个状况是，它对于这种特别的情况，什么时候开始，什么时候结束，我们没有定出任何的条件，所以我们不知道什么时候开始，或者是说 OK 已经必须要进入一个特别的情况。那特别情况，我们必须要给政府比较多的权力，比较多的空间。那什么时候我们这个应该要结束掉了？你政府不能有再多的空间。我觉得这个东西没有。然后或许这个问题我觉得，因为刚刚在思考的时候，其实刚刚有闻到 EUA 的问题，其实我觉得跟我刚刚在讲的某种程度就是那个紧急命令，台湾实际上不用紧急命令。那不用紧急命令的话，某种情况之下，我们好像用纾困条例，好像说民主。可是某种程度，纾困条例会不会又变成我们太习惯说它好像不是一个特别状况，我们就承认它是一个好像大家可以接受的状况之下，就有点温水煮青蛙的感觉。我主办人可能我可以把这个问题 refer 给文聪回答这一个问题，因为他对这个问题比较紧急状况的东西比较理解，所以待会可能可以请文聪也在这边稍微说明一下。
我们下一场大家还在现场，我们邱文忠先生会再给更好的解答。不过刚刚林委员讲到一个很大的重点是，其实政府在做纾困的处理里面，其实是授权嫁接他的财政资料、家族资料的。那会涉及在科技上，你要引用到这个资料用多久？这个拿到以后，确实也是有这样的必须注意的问题了哈。我先请问一下线上有没有朋友打字要询问问题的？有吗？有，我们帮他宣读一下。
好，
这样没有
我们线上有朋友想要询问一下范博士，这个 guidelines 的标准，如果来检视台湾的 app 是否能够满足
？Did you catch the question？ 哦，他说再说一遍。
可能您刚刚的那个简报有说明到，就是有一些guidelines， 有一些对 guidelines。那他有没有办法，就是如果拿来检视我们台湾的，比方说我们的社交距离的这个 app， 或是其他类似的 app， 是不是可以满足它的标准？
标准都是可以用的。For example， 刚刚提到的事情就是有一个 time boundedness， 就是你要明确的说什么时候开始，什么时候结束，所以原则性的东西是可以 apply 的。我们有翻译。
我们线上朋友应该有听懂了哈。刚这样是最重要是时间的限制，你什么时候开始用，什么时候应该结束，不应该再把资料保存在你的资料里面，让大家会不当的沿用哈。好，我相信大家可能还很多疑问，不过很抱歉，时间已经到了哈。那我相信我们今天李教授虽然不能到现场，但是他的带读的内容也非常详细。谢谢我们吴副研究员，还有我们范博士后研究的同仁。我们研究员哈，在场所有朋友，我想我们必须结束这一场的讨论哈，期待下一场会有更丰富的讨论。那也希望说政府部门也听到我们今天的一个很重要的这个议题，在疫情期间紧急当中，也许大家可以多一点包容，可是疫情过后应该更应该做一些研究、检讨、实证的资料，让我们充实下一阶段更好的这个科技跟人权的横平性的议题哈。那我们也希望今天这个研讨会透过大家讨论，有未来有更好的一个发展，对人权的促进有帮助哈。谢谢大家，谢谢范教授，谢谢谢谢，
谢谢大家。若还有问题，可以留在稍晚的圆桌讨论继续询问。谢谢各位来宾的参与，现场中场休息5分钟。 各位现场的来宾，会议即将开始，请各位来宾谨肃就座，并请您将随身携带的行动电话及闹表关机或转为震动。谢谢您的合作。The conference will soon begin. Please be seated. For the quality of the conference, please turn off your cell phone or switch to vibration or silent mode. Thank you.各位来宾午安，接下来将进行第2场座谈会，疫情中之资讯科技与人权。有请中央研究院法律学研究所邱文聪研究员担任座谈会主持人。
各位现场的贵宾朋友午安。那今天很荣幸能够来主持我们国家人权委员会跟中研院法律学研究所一起合办的这个疫情与人权的一个研讨会。那在场现在有国家人权委员会的林委员，还有法律所的李所长，那以及我们的这个2个场次的讲者哈。能够来主持这个 panel， 我自己心里面是觉得感触蛮多的哈，因为疫情经过了这2-3年关于人权的议题其实不时被提出哈，但是基于各种原因，那我们的官方的相关的部门对于这个议题从过去比较是顾虑到说防疫的一个重要性，所以相关的人权的讨论就比较没有在进行，所以好不容易在疫情趋缓之际总算能够来正式的就这个议题来加以讨论。那我自己是觉得非常非常的这个高兴哈。那今天的这个研讨会有几个 key words 哈，我想大家听到现在就3个哈，一个是防疫，一个是人权，一个是资讯科技哈。那为了公共卫生的目的为了要保护我们整体的人口的健康安全，或者是个别人的健康这是一个非常重要的一个国家任务，我相信大家都不会否认它的重要性。但是另外一方面，人权的保障也是作为一个人权立国的这个台湾很重要的一个价值。好，那这2者当它发生了一些紧张关系的时候，到底怎么办？那这确实是一个值得我们一再去追问的问题哈。那过去司法院大法官曾经做过690号解释哈，那他在那1号解释里头，把这2个目的之间的一个权衡似乎是画在一个比较偏向防疫的目的上面的这样的一个看法哈。那会让我们觉得说，好像在常态时期在我们的传染病防治法里头，就可以做出许多人权上面好像是可以加以来这个限制或者是退缩的这样的一种防疫的安排哈。那当我们进入到了 COVID-19 这一次的挑战的时候，这样的一个防疫的目的跟人权之间的这条线其实我们也看到它还在变动当中哈。那它经过这2-3年的这个实践经验，我们看到说，它确实又更朝向了防疫目的这边来偏重。那人权这边就似乎大家都觉得说，为了防疫的需要，可以忍受一下，可以做一些牺牲。好，那我们今天的第3个 keyword 就是资讯科技哈。所以我们可以看到这是一个3角的关系哈，有防疫，有人权。那当我们看到资讯科技进来的时候， 资讯科技它既可以协助我们来进行防疫，好，那当然它就有可能去在防疫跟人权这两个这个价值中间那条线的变动，它也会产生一些影响啊。比如说前一场吴全峰教授就有提到了好几种资讯科技的利用，在这一次的疫情期间我们可以看得到哈。那非常特别呢，在台湾就是使用了所谓的手机基地的定位这样的一种技术来进行过去的也就是说，比如说疫情已经发生了，曾经有染疫的事件，我们做过去事件的疫调那它也被拿来作为一种即时的个人的这个行动的控制，所以它会被运用在所谓的电子围篱上面。那我们这一场的3位讲者呢，focus 在一个所谓的 contact tracing 这样的一个技术上面来讨论这个资讯科技的运用对于防疫跟人权这两者之间的一个这个可能产生的各种紧张关系来进行的一个讨论。那我们今天的3位讲者呢，分别是朴槿信教授Professor Park Kyun-sin 他是Korean University Law School 的法学教授那朴教授他其实除了法律的这个专业之外非常特别的是他本身也拥有物理的一个学位那他曾经担任过韩国的几个很重要的国家，不管是这个管制或者是咨询的部门的委员包括他们负责做这个通讯标准的一个委员会负责网络的内容的管制也包括对媒体这个部分他也有担任这个所谓的咨询委员的角色那此外呢，他也在几个很重要的韩国的 NGO 里头担任执行委员的角色那参与了很多重要的法律诉讼的这个实践具体的去倡议有关言论自由、隐私权或者是网络的中立性乃至于智慧财产权的相关的议题他都参与了非常多那第2位讲者呢是来自德国的Dr. Bijan Moini那Dr. Moini 他的背景一样是法律他在这个德国取得了法学的博士学位那他是德国前联邦宪法法院院长这个Papier 教授的门生那后来他在经过几年的职业之后呢，也投身到了德国一个非常重要的 NGO 就是叫做 GFF Gesellschaft für Freiheit not Fahrenheit Freiheit protection something like that Society for Liberty Rights right OK 所以他其实在德国呢实际上呢也担任了这样的一个 NGO 的法律部门的主管那去做了非常多的这个法律的倡议那在他们的德国联邦宪法法院里头呢来进行这样的一个诉讼那第3位讲者是我的同事陈顺林陈老师他是哈佛大学的法学博士那在进入中研院法律所之前也曾经在美国的亚利桑那州立大学的法学院呢担任visiting 这个assistant professor 那他长期也参与这个资讯法的相关的研究那我们今天3位呢希望等一下呢可以来听听看他们3位呢给我们在这个资讯科技跟防疫人权的这个议题上面呢能够给我们带来一些非常有趣的一些观点那我是不是就可以先请第1位 Professor Park 可以来就 Non-consensual contact tracing and privacy 这个议题来跟大家做分享。
Thank you for this great opportunity to present the case of Korea to the learned audience. Korea was the only country, I believe, in the world that implemented and sustained for a long period of time a non-consensual patient location tracking scheme based on cell tower location information. When I say non-consensual, I know that there are many mandated requirements for COVID mitigation. Some of them presented by learned colleagues about entry requirement for places where many people gather, but non-consensual but the Korean regulation is not limited to certain places of large gatherings. Just applies globally throughout Korea. Now, Korea used the system to alert the public and sanitation and testing authorities of the movements of COVID-19 patients so that they can take appropriate actions such as evasion or detection or testing measures. Now, such a scheme was not based on any warrant or otherwise neutral safeguards for privacy protection, but it was justified by the country's experience with Middle East respiratory symptom that happened 5 years ago. During that experience, a handful of confirmed patients who were not forthcoming, who are not honest with their movements, ended up infecting more than 80% of the patients. So that kind of opened up the idea that the patient's location can be or should be traced against their will or without their consent. Now, so that presents a really hard problem, and there is there's a secondary problem with Korea's system, which is that the law broadened the target of non-consensual tracking to include not just patients, but also people suspected of being in contact with the patients. Now, this allowed non-consensual identification of all the phone numbers that connected to the same or nearby cell towers as the patient's phones contacted, and the authorities sent the testing advisories to this massive list of phone numbers. Given the population density of Seoul, even 1 hour of tracking one confirmed patient can involve 30,000, 40,000 people who are in the same cell tower coverage area. Now, this was particularly effective because in other countries, when the contact tracing is done, when voluntary contact tracing is done on the confirmed patient, their itineraries are publicized so that people can also take voluntary measures. But the research showed that not many people actually read the public announcements about the confirmed patients' itineraries. Now, because Korea identified not just patients' movements, but also the phone numbers of the people who are near the patients, the authorities could send by SMS, by text messages, directly to people who are there, and that made the so Korea could focus their testing resources to the particularly test-worthy subjects. And this was one advantage that was not available to other countries. So let me, I was reading off the abstract just to make it easy for the interpreter. But now I'm going to go to the presentation. So the law that I talked about that authorized non-consensual contact tracing is Article 76-2 of 76-2 of Infectious Disease Prevention Act, and it allows location tracking of patients without their consent. And I already talked about how that identifies early testworthy targets of testing and quarantining. Now, the civil society's responses varied. They first, for some reason, did not respond on the warrantless aspect of this of this contact tracing, or they didn't focus on the non-consensual aspect of the contact tracing. They focused on the public disclosure of confirmed patients' itineraries. But that was that issue was quickly addressed by minimizing the information that was disclosed to the public. So I want to focus on the non-consensual aspect because that is something that was not present in other countries. These are the list of countries or their flags that that instituted various forms of contact tracing, and I got that of another author. I guess didn't have a chance to get Taiwan in here. But as you can see, Korea and Israel were the only one that used cell tower based contact tracing. And that is significant because other contact tracing require the download of apps. And if people don't download, they cannot be traced. But if you use a cell tower, if you use smartphones, even if you use non-smartphones, you will be traced. Now, the reason that Korea quickly accepted this non-consensual contact tracing is because if you look at the World Health Organization's data, the graph, that is the number of cases of Middle Eastern respiratory symptom, and the big blue peak around 2014, that is Saudi Arabia, which was the epicenter of the outbreak. Now, 1 year later, the red peak, that is South Korea. So South Korea was hit hard with the MERS outbreak. And after the outbreak, well, let me get another presentation, another slide. So the number of patients was 153, and out of the 153, the patients number 1, number 14, number 16, and the three patients infected 90% of all the patients. And each of the 3 patients basically lied about their whereabouts, about their movements. And that caused a public uproar. And after the outbreak, Korean Society of Infectious Diseases, they issued the statement that's in Korean there, but it's translated in summary fashion in the black box there. They promised that they can contain an outbreak like MERS if these 3 conditions are met. And one of the conditions was tracking all the patients and the contactees, and their request was met by Article 76-2 of Infectious Disease Act. Now, on top of that, there was a lot more data that was collected through this law, not just cell phone-based, not just cell tower-based location information, but immigration records, CCTV, the credit card records, and transit pass records as you use public transportation. The idea was that the location tracking, the cell tower trace you down to a building, but the authorities wanted to know exactly which store the patient visited. And in order to pinpoint that, the authorities included credit card records. Now, all of this without any consent and without any warrant or any judicial supervision. Just want you to kind of appreciate the importance of this non-consensual, non-judicial aspect. Many people believe that Korea succeeded by massive testing, but if you look at the number of people tested, Korea tested less per capita than Denmark, US, Italy, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa. But Korea was more successful than these countries. The reason is because Korea could identify test-worthy targets, test-worthy subjects early, and also sent individual text messages to them to advise them, to encourage them, sometimes require them to get tested or later to get vaccinated. So that is important because of the proportion of asymptomatic patients in Korea. I'll get to the details when I have more time. So, it's easy from human rights advocates' perspective. It's easy to point out that there is just too much information, like credit card records, medical records, CCTV. There's too much records being acquired non-consensually, non-judicially. And it's easy to point out that the scope is too broad. It doesn't include just contactees, but also includes the suspected contactees. And also the bodies conducting the surveillance are not just health authorities, but elected local government chiefs or the police who cannot be neutral, who whose activities can be politically tainted with their political goals. But the harder problem is whether this non-judicial, non-consensual access to the private information should be allowed at all. Korean National Human Rights Commission have recommendation only about the disclosure of the information, but not about acquisition. Now, when the government, when the state breaches somebody's privacy, most often it happens through criminal investigation, through search and seizure warrant. But there are times that the state has engaged in privacy infringement without warrant or any other judicial supervision. The U.S. Supreme Court has set up this precedent on administrative search, saying that much of a privacy infringement can be allowed if it is done not for criminal investigation purposes, but for administrative purposes. However, whether such search or such doctrine, such judge-made law can justify the Korea's non-consensual contact tracing is questionable, because the administrative search doctrine applies mostly to closely regulated industries like firearms, drugs, and mines. All applies to limited areas like the buildings that need be checked for safety, or the workplaces that need be checked for occupational safety and health, or sometimes airport, where people are forced to, disclose the contents of their luggage. So it applies only to the limited areas. The contact tracing done in Korea was not limited to any area. It could apply to anybody at any place. And also there is that another hard problem. I think it's harder when, of course, non-consensual, non-judicial contact tracing of people suspected of being in contact with the patients, that creates a human rights problem for sure. But what if the state acquires that information, the state identifies the people suspected to be in contact with the patients, not to get any more personal information about them, but only to notify them for their own good that they may, they better get tested or vaccinated. In order to notify someone, the state has to have the minimum personal information, which is their phone number. And acquisition of the phone numbers, should that also count as a human rights infringement or privacy infringement? As more and more, and that issue is not just limited to the contact tracing. There are other areas where more and more people's contact information will be acquired by the state for the purpose of notifying them, not just for disease prevention purposes, but for other purposes as well, for cybersecurity alert, etc. How much shall we limit the state's ability to alert the people of the dangers that people may face? So these are, I think, conceptually very difficult human rights problems that I thought we should face instead of writing off Korea as a kind of an exception under cultural relativism or moral relativism. Many presidents and prime ministers visited Korea saying, they wanted to learn from the Korea's success in fighting COVID-19, but they never instituted the non-judicial, non-consensual contact tracing. They didn't even mention it. So from that, I see people outside Korea seeing Korea as the policymakers outside Korea just writing off Korea as a just cultural exception. Okay, it's Korea. They can do it. But we're not going to do it. I think that is a dangerous attitude because if what Korea is doing is human rights infringement, we should confront Korea about it. If it's not, then maybe other countries should also think about adopting this effective method to protect public health. So, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park. Just for your information, I think you can add Taiwan to your list of non-consensual contact tracing because we also use the cell tower ID-based approach to do the contact location tracking. Even we use the so-called the portable fake cell tower to locate the people. So that's even more surprising. Okay. Next, we will welcome Dr. Moini to share some lessons from Germany. His topic is tracing infections, not people, the case for a decentralized warning system. Okay. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction and, of course, for the invitation. I'm very impressed by the discipline of all the speakers, and this is even for me coming from Germany, which is, I know, just a prejudice. Very impressive to see how we are going through this conference. And I'm very happy to share some thoughts on what we did in Germany, which is kind of counter to what happened in Korea, and therefore I congratulate you to this choreography of presentations. And I'm trying to add in particular to the debate, the human rights debate part, which is in the title of the conference. But firstly, let me introduce myself, or more the organization I'm speaking for, because I'm a bit of an outlier here, as I'm not an academic, or no longer, but I represent the Society for Civil Rights, Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte, very easy word. And our role model is the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, so an organization that tries to promote human rights through litigation. That is our mode of conduct. And we have 4 key work areas. One, defending a lively democracy, so the freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, curbing state surveillance, in particular state surveillance, but also private surveillance, which is my area of expertise, equal liberty, topics like LGBTQI rights or equal pay, and fourthly, social inclusion, such as the rights of refugees. So I'm speaking from the perspective of a practitioner and of someone who would have been in the position to sue the state if it had not come up with a solution it finally came up with, but rather something else. So what I'm going to do is I will first introduce you to the German solution to contact tracing. I will briefly explain functionality and give some statistics. I will then also briefly talk about effectiveness and then about the human rights footprint of the solution that we came up with. And finally, I will present some conclusions. The app, this is what the app looks like. And I don't think I need to explain too much on it because you all are at least aware of or even have similar apps in your countries. And it was launched in June 2020, and it was designed to warn individuals. Sorry, this was still, there's an automatic, maybe you can switch that off, or I can switch it off here, the presentation. Sorry, if I can do this in Chinese. Maybe I need some help. Sorry. I switched that off in my own presentation, but there's some automatic.
Yeah, here we go.
Are you sure? It's.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some function. I think here, one of these.
Oh, okay.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. It was designed to warn individuals of contact to a person potentially infected, based on Bluetooth using the DP3T protocol. And through development of the app, there were many additional functions added to the app, which led to the uptake of the app being much greater, such as you could upload your vaccine certificate, you could upload test results. So the practical use of the app was enhanced, and therefore more and more people installed it. And the contact tracing worked, as you well know, through measuring distance and time spent with a potential infectious person. The smartphones exchanged code, and when a person became sick and alerted the app of the sickness, this information was then distributed to all people that were in contact with that person. And depending on how close that contact was, both speaking of distance and of length, they became a red warning or a green warning. The red warning suggesting they should quarantine themselves, and the green warning just alerting them, please remain vigilant, test yourself regularly, and so on and so forth. And here are some statistics. In the upper left corner, you can see how many people downloaded the app. No, that's wrong. How many downloads there were. I'm suspecting there are, I don't know how many, but quite a lot of secondary or third downloads when you get a new smartphone. Bearing in mind that 32 million people, I would estimate that maybe half of those people installed the app in the end. There were some 230 million test results provided, and warnings were about 216 million. And all this came with a price, an enormous price, which was subject of debate in Germany, of course. That up until the end of 2023, the app will have cost the German state 160 million euros, which is quite a lot, and especially compared to other countries' solutions. Not really something to be proud of, but at least the app looks good. So, talking about effectiveness, the theory of it is clear. It should prevent infections by warning people that are potentially infectious and helping them in order to make a decision such as testing themselves or to stay home. And the added value of that process is, of course, in automating an otherwise very tedious manual process and adding to the manual contact tracing that was happening in health administration, in health authorities all along, but was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of cases. And in order to perform this, you needed to maximize uptake, which was kind of a prerequisite to finally defeat the disease. So this was kind of, in the early beginning of the pandemic, really not the consensus, but the hope. So solutionism was very big. In Germany, people actually had high hopes in the app because in theory it sounded extremely good. You can just measure the distance, the time, the probability of being infected. Everybody will get informed and will either stay home or test, and the pandemic will be controlled. So that is the theory. But of course, theory and reality are not the same thing. In reality, the problems were multifold, but just naming three. Firstly, there is still a significant delay, of course, between contact and warning. It is about 4.2 days between potential infection and then the warning being distributed via the app, which maybe was enough for alpha, beta, gamma variants of COVID-19, not anymore for Delta and especially not for Omicron. So many people likely got infected without or had been infected already at the time when the warning came in. Then, secondly, there remained, of course, a very high number of infected people that was unknown to the system simply because they did not test or they did not use the app to begin with. And thirdly, compliance was not as good as you could hope. People were, of course, warned to stay home and asked to stay home, but no one could enforce it because one very important, not so much detail, but one important trait of this app, due to the decentralized system, there was no possibility for health authorities to actually know of which person is potentially infected. And so no one could be forced to quarantine, but only recommended to be quarantined. And so one very contentious question is whether under these conditions contact tracing worked. And I've read some papers on it, scientific papers, that came to different conclusions, but in general I would say it is very inconclusive evidence in how far exactly contact tracing apps help to control the pandemic. It's very hard to measure to begin with. What do you compare it to? You can't, because there are so many measures in place to control the pandemic, and every country reacted in a slightly different way. And controlling for these different measures to control the pandemic and isolating what the added value of contact tracing was, and also taking account of the fact that even the contact tracing was performed in very different ways. It's very hard to isolate the real effectiveness of contact tracing, like Rebecca already mentioned. So turning to the human rights footprint, I thought that talking about effectiveness is also, as Rebecca already mentioned, decisive in knowing in how far contact tracing can or should be mandatory. In the light of this being inconclusive evidence of the effectiveness, for me as a human rights lawyer, it's practically impossible to mandate the use of such an app. But of course, there are examples of what could have been, even in Germany, if we hadn't come up with that solution. And one very important thing that we did not have was the potential for the abuse of data for unrelated purposes, at least not from the contact tracing app itself. As there was no personal information ever distributed, it was impossible to be abused for other purposes. It was not mandatory, as I already mentioned, and it could not be used for the enforcement to enforce quarantines. And fourthly, there was no potential of data theft, as there was no personal data to be stored at any place and any centralized place to begin with. So this could have been, and what actually happened was, as I mentioned, a voluntary use, which from a human rights perspective, of course, is always the better choice if it's a valid choice. One very interesting aspect in the German discussion was also that the app was open source, so there was extensive discussion and very open discussions about which standard to accept in the end, and which and also how the design should look like. And there were a lot of civil society groups and also people of public, like prominent people that would help to lead the state and the people that were actually programming the software to a decentralized mode, and showing that you can have a decentralized system that is much better from a human rights perspective and still have at least a high degree or a high amount of the effectiveness that a centralized system would have. And this led to the said privacy by design. So by design, it was impossible that data was abused, that data was stolen, and that data was used to enforce quarantines, bearing in mind always that these quarantines would have been enforced against people that are only potentially infected. So we're not talking about the people that were actually infected. And for those people, there were quarantine requirements in place. And for those people who got tested positive, the test centers had to report them to health authorities, and health authorities would, as long as their capacities allowed it, would then force them to quarantine at home. But as to the people that were simply in contact with these people that were infected, enforcement was not possible. And in total, that design empowers people and does not overpower them. And that was also how it was regarded in the German debate, which, to my belief, led many people to think that privacy and the control of the pandemic are things that can be combined in an effective manner and are not entirely contradictory. But of course, it is true that the likely price of such a decentralized warning system is effectiveness. To what degree, we can't know, but of course, an approach like the one Korea chose is more effective when it comes to the control of the pandemic. But the beauty of the rule of law is that we don't optimize only one fundamental right, but we try to optimize all fundamental rights at the same time. And taking this into consideration, I believe that the human rights footprint of the solution that we came up with in Germany is actually better than having, for instance, cell tower data, which is imprecise and therefore not really proportionate. But despite everything, I mentioned it already, even in Germany, there were instances where police gathered data and abused it for purposes that were not pandemic related. They couldn't, of course, use the data from the contact tracing app as it was decentralized and didn't contain any personal information, but there were other applications and also information gathered in print by restaurants, by venues for big concerts and so on that had personal information in there in case of that tracing became necessary. And the police used that to come up with lists of potential witnesses for crimes that were committed in either a restaurant or near the restaurant. And that was met with big criticism by human rights groups, and not only in Germany, but also by international groups and the press. So coming to my conclusions, of course, automatic contact tracing has a huge autocratic potential, as was mentioned already by previous speakers. That is without question. But I believe that the mandatory usage can hardly be justified in the eye of the technical underperformance. So solutionism is not the solution. And thirdly, if voluntary, the tracing app really needs to earn the trust of the people through transparent processes and through privacy by design in order to maximize uptake. And on a side note that also Rebecca already mentioned, the role of big tech is, in my view, problematic. In this case, Apple and Google opted for a very privacy-friendly design that they allowed states to use in their contact tracing apps. But the fact that big tech has this power in the first place is disconcerting, in my belief. And the Palantir projects that we do, the cases that we do, are not related to health data, so I'm not going to talk about it now, but maybe later. But Palantir, of course, is one, not yet a big tech player, but also a very disconcerting player in this field. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moini. In addition to this cell tower-based approach, Taiwan also uses this voluntary-based contact tracing web app. But as far as I know, because the uptake is low, so it's not very effective in Taiwan. But we have a third approach, which is the topic of our third speaker, Professor Chen. So now let's welcome Shunling Chen to share her viewpoints on our secret weapon of SMS. Okay.
Hi, I'm Shunling Chen. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to present this study at this occasion. And on behalf of the Information Law Center of Jurisprudencia, I would really thank everyone for coming and thank our distinguished guests for joining us from South Korea and from Germany today. Also, my topic is a gold standard for contact tracing, reflections on the 1922 SMS. So just quickly explain. Oh, this is the old slide. Do we have a new slide? So just to quickly explain what it is, it's like a guest list.
Well, Shunling, you should explain what's 1922. It's not a year, it's a number.
1922 is the government hotline. So this is the new slide. Great, thank you. So yes, I prepared to explain this. So it's a guest list based on SM system, and it's a tool for contact tracing. So basically, venues, restaurants, vehicles, even you apply for unique code via government's contractor. This is a unique code, and it will be shown in a QR code format. And when you enter the place, you scan the code with your smartphone, and it will help you to pre-fill the unique code of the location in the text body, and you hit send. And the message will be sent to your telecom provider, and it will contain phone number, which is your real identity, and then you will have a timestamp. So both of these are metadata, and then there will also be the venue unique code as the message body, right? The local government, public authorities, if they have cases in their area, they will request to have access to this data. So this is a short explanation of this. We'll come back to this image later. But just a brief overview of the pandemic development in Taiwan. So I am talking about the system 1922 SMS. It was introduced in 2021 on May 19th when the country entered the level 3 alert. So Taiwan closed its border very early. So since early on, we had very few local transmissions, and most of the cases were imported from people coming in to Taiwan from outside. So in May 2021, there was an outbreak. But outbreak, if you look at here now, it's like here, right? It's really a very small bump there. I'm not trying to underplay or downplay the potential seriousness of that outbreak, because back then the vaccination rate in Taiwan was very low. It was only less than probably 2% of people had their first shot at that time. So when there was this first outbreak, community outbreak, people were very concerned, and the government was very concerned. So that was the first time when we had and the only time we had the level 3 alert. There was no lockdown. The border was again closed. And then there was the introduction of the 1922 SMS on the same day when the level 3 alert was introduced. And this system, this mechanism was running until April 27th, which is when Taiwan finally entered live with COVID, when we have so many local cases. That we kind of have to give up the zero COVID approach. So here is what I try to map out, so many different tech approaches we have used in containing COVID, and what Professor Park was talking about is like, is this pointing? Not pointing. So it's like from 2020 in February, we started to have this non-consensual tracking based on cell tower data. The system 1922 SMS guest list was introduced fairly late, and actually on top of all this previously introduced. And it only ran until April 27, which is comparatively short lifespan, so to speak. But I chose this as my topic because the earlier situations, the earlier technologies apply to at least some, people with higher risk, right? Like quarantine, or like people who had there's someone with a higher risk to trigger this. But for 1922 SM, this basically applies to everyone. So for about a year, this is part of our life, and we have to do this in our daily activities. And also, this is one of the few things that I can find some incomplete data to work on. So I'll talk about this later. And here's the image again. So this is the initial design of the system. So basically, the text messages are free because NCC, the National Communications Commission, on behalf of the government, signed a procurement program with this telecom. And then there's the local, I mentioned earlier, the local public health authorities, if they have cases, initially they will have to go through CDC. They have to file application, CDC will have to approve, and then they get the data release. And here's the scope of the mandate. Actually, I think Chen Feng mentioned earlier in his presentation that this guest list system was actually already introduced in 2020 in May, but it was through a guideline on having this guest list. But at that time, there were no mandates, and locations are encouraged to keep a guest list. And if you keep a guest list, the location operators are, of course, the data controller because they voluntarily collect them. But from May, that became a bit confusing because it became a mandate. Initially, it only applied from May 26th, or the mandate only applies to certain occasions like weddings and funerals, religious locations, and restaurants and eateries. So these are potentially high risk, although it's kind of, interesting because these restaurants and eateries, they can't open for dine-in. So it's actually only for takeout. How high risk is that compared to shopping in convenience stores or supermarkets? So, but anyway, that was the mandate. From July 27, this mandate expanded to all businesses, venues, and public spaces. And this operator of these locations, they are mandated to keep a list, and people visiting places, if the places have this guest list, they are mandated to comply. These guest lists can actually be done in a written way, but there's no mandate that there should be a written form as well. So some places offer only this SMS option. So here's during the parts with the red slashes, that's the level 3 alert period. So it was rolled out on May 19th. The data request only began in June 3rd, because earlier they haven't built a system to request the data. And then on June 27th, there was the first release of stats, and it showed that during that 40 days, about 690 million texts were sent through the system. And because this text can be only kept for 28 days, so 120 million text messages were already deleted. But only 303, that's 3-digit, 303 records were accessed during this time. But you can see the case number already dropped steadily from mid-May from the end of May to the time when the data was released in the end of June, that from 700 per day to about 80, I believe, 86 on June 27. So it was already controlled without having to use this SMS text that much. So a lot of this basically most of this contact tracing were done by manual, traditional contact tracing. So how effective is this? Was some question that some politicians in the Congress already heard this data starting to ask, but it didn't really get a lot of attention. On June 27, when we entered the level 2 alert, the mandate expanded to more businesses, more places, and they also began to offer, the government also rolled out a contact tracing assistance platform, which is to address the problem of how difficult this data is accessed. So the 303 data access was blamed on how difficult the data is accessed. So we provide this platform that we don't have to go through this CDC application approval process, but we have this platform that authorized public officials can access this data on their desktop. Okay, so that was July 26. And this is August 2021. Our current Minister of Digital Affairs back then was also a minister with our portfolio, but overseeing a lot of government information issues. So he published an article with Commonwealth magazine in English and praised the 1922 SMS as the gold standard. And so what she talked about is, first, there's public participation because the initial discussion of the system was raised by the GovZero community, which is the local civic tech community. And secondly, as they roll out the contact tracing assistant platform, which is allowing the local government officials to access data easily, they also roll out a system to allow the data subjects to see if their data has been checked in the past 28 days. So on the left is the image of the website you will see when you try to check your own record. And the third thing he said is the use of the she was addressing to how the government responded to a scandal when this contact tracing data was used for crime investigation. And the government's response is to ask police and prosecutors not to use 1922 SMS data. Okay, so that's in August. And is this really the gold standard? I would say it's an understatement because the public participation is very limited. GovZero community did participate in the initial discussion, but that was to address the concern about a lot of small vendors, small place operators, they can't afford to have the data protection measures on their own. But they didn't involve in the decisions of promoting the SMS, 1922 SMS as the contact tracing tool, and they weren't involved in how it is mandated and how the data is accessed. Secondly, accountability, yes, the data subject can access request records for the past 28 days. But because we have very few cases, actually, even though there's an outbreak, the maximum number around that time was 700 cases a day. So if you ever checked your data, you will rarely find that your data have been accessed back then. And if you have done this several times and noticed that no one has accessed your data, you may very easily forget to do it regularly. And after 28 days, which passes very fast, you won't have any records. And this requirement of 20-day expiration is to protect personal data, but the government accountability record should have kept longer. And the third thing is the data used only for contact tracing. That was only an agreement by the government. There was no legislative guarantee. I think Germany did after you had the police scandal, right? So to say this government response and the whole design of the system is the gold standard, I believe is an understatement. So around October 2021, there were more public doubts for the system because, again, the pandemic was really more controlled. And back in October, there were probably only single-digit cases a day. So there was this public poll, informal poll on the website that says, on the internet that says, do you think it should be kept? Only 20% of the respondents say it is still necessary, but 80% say no. However, the next week, the government responded by saying it will still remain in place until June 2022 because there will be hidden chance of transmission. So basically, just in case if there are future outbreaks, we'll still keep this. Okay. So the more important and unaddressed questions in Audrey Tan's piece, I believe, are the following, which is, the scope of data collection and the scope of data requests, are they really necessary and proportional? I don't think it's asked. And then, how effective is this measure? It's never evaluated. So try to set out to, address this question. And it was very difficult because there are very few data around. And it took me around like a whole month to figure out there are actually two sources of data I could use. One is an NCC data. Because they signed a procurement agreement with the telecom and also they oversee the telecom business. So they have actually since June 27, that was the first dates basically came from them. They have published this data on, guess where? Their Facebook and weekly and tell people how many messages has been the total number of sent messages and deleted messages. And because they all counted from day one. So what I tried to do is I deduct the first week of from the second week of the consecutive week, and then assume the difference is the new number added in the second week. Okay. And then the second set of data is from 1922 SMS platform. So basically that's the platform that you saw earlier where data subjects can check if their data has been accessed by the public health authorities. Around November, mid of November, because I haven't been checking for a while since I rarely use this SMS check messages, SMS messages to checking because I always writing when I can. So I already forgot to check my records. But around that time, I figured out, wait a minute, there's something new added to this page. Down in the bottom, there are some numbers. And I have only 3 minutes, but I have so much time. Anyway, so there are some numbers added. So basically, these are numbers. Your notes, the printed slides are actually wrong. So please look at the screen. So basically, they tell you the daily deleted number and the total delete number. And this number are washed away the next day. So we basically have to transcribe them every day, and later on we automatically fetch them. And I try to find out how many messages were sent. So they only told us the message date deleted the previous day. That means the message was sent 29 days ago. And on that day it was expired, so it was deleted. So basically this is how I got my numbers. And there's a lot of problems with these sources of data because both sources offer only very limited information, and this data was released without public announcement, and they are in really obscure places, like NCC is on their Facebook. It's never linked on their official website. And the 1922 platform, that was really not announced. And both of them are not open data, and both these sources, they occasionally forget to update their dates. So there are like some missing dates. And these data are basically non-verifiable because they cover different dates and they cover different sources. So I hope I can quickly go through this, but I'll try to stick to my notes for the interpreters. So here's the number of the adoption. So I used the NCC number because they have the number from May. And you can see from the beginning, the number began to drop very quickly in October. And there are some more uptakes in late January. You might think that is because more cases, but actually it's because there are stronger enforcement. So during that time, the government said there will be penalties for there will be the mandate for restaurants is if they don't enforce this, they can't offer any dine-in. So the enforcement through these operators become stronger. And this, again, there's another uptake around April, but the uptake is not as strong as in January. But the more important questions about effectiveness is probably these two slides. So I used the request data is only available on the SM1922 platform information. So here, because, okay.
1 minute?
No. Because the data is it's very noisy. And basically, the easier thing to tell is around December and November and December of 2021, because around that time we had a streak of 30 days without cases until one lab leak in Academia Sinica. I don't know if everyone remember that. So that case, you can see a clear information about how much data is being accessed for one case. So for this one case, there were about 500 people identified after she was confirmed positive. And for the first and second day after her case was reported, there were 220,000 requests. And that's just the first 2 days. And among the 400 people, or about 500 people listed as contact, none of them were positive after tested. Okay, so the data is even messier after January when we have more cases, and it's really hard to link the number of requests for individual cases, and there are no separate stats. So what we're trying to do is to see there's a trend. The yellow line is the PCR test. So if you are confirmed positive, your contact will have to be tested. So that's why we use the test number to see if they're actually relevant to the number of requests, right? But if you look at this differences, so the yellow number is the contacts. The yellow number is the PCR test. The red line is the confirmed case, and the blue line is the data requests. So there are probably only two time period that show some kind of correlation or relevance. That is before and after the new year, which is like here. But in this two period, when you can see the correlation, because there are also a lot of local community testing stations being set up around in Taiwan. So who actually contributed those data, those testing numbers is also unclear. And let's move on to April, which is when the cases really started to spike. And basically in April, we had 10 million requests throughout the whole month of April, and that's 1/4 of the total requests from the system began. The highest record of the daily requests around time is about almost 4 million, and that is really not possible for contact tracers to process. And so it was very clear that the system is not working. And on April 27, the system was terminated. And there's really no contact tracing. The government said there's no use for this data for contact tracing. However, the data was kept, and there was still contact tracing until the end of May. So I would say this is not a gold standard and probably far from gold standard, because the effectiveness of the SMS 1922 and SMS is really unquestioned and understudied. This is probably not the best thing that can be done, but that's the only data I could have. We don't have a lot of choices because there is not a lot of data around. Even with the data we have, there are a lot of problems with them. And there's no public stats about the number of contact cases identified through 1922 SMS data requests. We don't know how many of these contacts cannot be done by traditional contact tracing measures. And there's also no public stats to show us that it can actually shorten the time. And if you look at the number of requests that spiked in January and February and March and April, you will ask whether this data request actually overburdens the contact tracers, give them slower down the work, or actually speed their work up. Because the way it's enforced, oftentimes data is collected at the entrance of a large building. So it's really hard to use this data to really identify contacts. So based on the way it's practiced, there is clearly excessive and unnecessary collection of data and unnecessary data requests. And there are no protocols disclosed for how public authorities request this data. I don't have time for this, but the whole accountability structure is very convoluted. The government has been very proud of our big data analytics in COVID prevention, and they know that there are principles of adequacy, necessity, and proportionality, and we need to ensure human rights and to protect privacy, because that's what they write in their brochure. But probably we need to have a higher standard for what is a gold standard. And this is a question that's especially important now because we are revamping the Infectious Disease Act from next year. And they have talked about how to add new things to this new law and to review what has been happened. So, and they also listed that digital fencing and this checking system are part of things they're reviewing. So we really should learn from the mistakes we've made and recognize the limits and flaws of the system when we consider how to revamp the Infectious Disease Act. I'm sorry I used a bit more time. Thank you. I have the raw data on GitHub. We have the whole report in 4 blocks. Sorry, it's only in Chinese. But we have the interactive data. If you want to look at the closer dates, choose certain dates, you can look at the interactive data. And so I will also thank my assistants and my team for helping with the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yunling's very fascinating presentation, and I have to apologize because it's so fascinating that I forgot to track the time. And now we have run out of our time. So can I ask for your permission to move our Q&A session to the next panel, the roundtable session? Is it okay? Okay, then we can have some break now for 5 or 10 minutes? Okay.
谢谢各位来宾的参与。我们会把 Q&A 的部分挪到就是圆桌讨论。那接下来中场休息10分钟，现场备有茶点跟饮料，欢迎取用。 各位来宾，会议即将开始，请各位来宾尽速就座，并请您将随身携带的行动电话及闹表转为震动。谢谢您的合作。Our honorable guests, the conference will begin shortly. Please be seated. For the quality of the conference, please turn off your cell phone or switch to vibration or silent mode. Thank you. 各位来宾午安。接下来的场次为圆桌讨论，也是今天研讨会的最后一场活动。我们再一次邀请到中央研究院法律学研究所邱文聪研究员担任主持人。我们现场主持人贵宾已经上台了，请掌声鼓励。
好，非常谢谢大家坚持到最后一场哈，虽然现场的大人只剩下那个林委员哈，不过我相信大家能够留下来参与最后这场的圆桌也是非常值得，可以听到我们今天所有的与会的讲者之外，还有另外一位新加入的台大法律系的苏慧杰苏教授哈，那我们就开始来进行。我想时间应该是有30分钟，可以到5点15，就大概是30分钟的时间哈。那可以来进行现场的一些讨论哈。延续上一场有关 contact tracing 的这个部分，如果与会的这个朋友呢有什么样的问题，可以来提问哈。那等一下如果有线上的问题的话，我们也可以来代为这个宣读。好，那我就先征求看看现场的朋友有没有什么样的问题。好，请先简单介绍一下，自我介绍一下，然后再表述您的问题。
你好，我是国家人权委员会执行秘书苏瑞慧哈。那延续我们今天下午一个下来的整个研讨，我想请教在座的2位的国外来的学者哈，针对于那个疫调的非自愿性的疫调的这种机制，它其实影响听起来相当侵害的人权。我不知道这2位国外的学者对我们台湾也好，或者是韩国也好，这种非自愿性的这种疫调机制，到底在人权议题上面的挑战，到底达到什么程度？那当然，因为疫情的爆发是涉及到人民的生命或者是健康权，我也并不反对说，它可以某程度的去做相当的非自愿性的政府的机制。那可是到底应该要不管是法律也好，或者是机制也好，到底要怎么样情况下是真的让公民可以去参与？那他们要知道到哪一个程度？那当然，这种非自愿性的机制也应该要有一个条件的限制，或者是时间上面的限制。那不知道在国外的例子上面有没有比较好的做法？好，以上请教。
So the questions are addressed to both of you, and I believe that you have further translation of the question.
Should I?
So, okay. All right. So which one?
Should I start?
Okay.
Okay. So I believe the solution is in differentiation. So what I basically introduced was, or what I talked about was contact tracing of the general public in general circumstances. So it would track even private meetings at home. When you wear your smartphone, it would register whether you've been in contact to a person that was potentially infected. And then there was this other contact tracing mechanism in Germany, which was obligatory, which was mandatory, regarding when you go to a restaurant or to a concert. So when you yourself enter into a risky situation, it should be okay and is proportionate to then ask you, or not ask you, but mandate you to provide your contact information. And I think this principle of differentiation applies to basically every form of controlling the pandemic. I mean, on one hand, or on one side of the spectrum, there's this idea that you can control a pandemic by shutting down entire cities. You're affecting millions of people when you have just a few cases of COVID, and that is very effective. And on the other side is you take an enormous variety of possible solutions and adjust them all according to what is actually effective and minimizes the infringement of human rights. And I, of course, as a proponent of human rights, tend to that solution. So differentiation is very difficult in the beginning of a pandemic because you can't know what works and you don't have all the solutions yet. You don't have vaccines, you don't have a tracing app, and so on and so forth. But we're now at a point, hopefully also for future pandemics, where we can tend to differentiate and choose the measures that are most adequate and find a mix of them that addresses the pandemic and also human rights at the same time.
Okay, Professor Park.
Surprisingly, international human rights law is not very concrete about the doctrine that state interference with the privacy have to be judicially supervised. I mean, non-consensual state surveillance must be judicially supervised. I think that there is a room for national human rights commissions like your own to start building the soft law on that issue. And it will take some efforts because countries have different concepts of separation of powers. There are countries where prosecutors issue their own warrants under the belief that prosecutors are somehow independent of the investigators or those interested in investigations. That's why we OpenNet, I'm executive director of OpenNet, the NGO, digital rights organization in Korea. We filed a constitutional challenge against the Korean law authorizing non-consensual contact tracing. We thought that we should make the Korean Constitutional Court confront this issue. Otherwise, it will create a slippery slope where more and more government access to or government intrusion into people's privacy will be justified without safeguards, without supervision by independent officers like judges.
Okay. Can I add one more question to maybe both of you? In your country, whether a similar organization like our National Human Rights Commission play any role in strike a balance between the goal of the public health and the protection of human rights?
We don't have a human rights commission of the sort, but that role in Germany is being played by the digital privacy, the privacy officer, the DPO, and he is powerful in the sense that he's been heard in the first place, and he needs to be advised when specific laws come up, and in particular when the cell tower tracing, the cell tower-based tracing was discussed in Germany, it was among others him that opposed it and raised the ineffectiveness of that approach, and that other approaches are both more precise and likely more effective, and therefore to be favored. And so, yeah, him on the one hand as an institution, and then of course civil society as a whole.
Sure. As I said in my presentation, Korea's National Human Rights Commission issued a warning on how much data is disclosed on the confirmed patient's itinerary, and that effectively reduced the amount of data disclosed. However, for some reason, the Commission did not say anything about acquisition aspect of the contact tracing. I'm still wondering why. I think it is because, as I said, international human rights law is quite absent on that point. That's why I think that there has to be more efforts to confront the judiciary, confront the commissions on that issue. Now, I'm not 100% against non-consensual contact tracing. I mean, in Korea, there are two parts to this, right? One part is forcing movement data out of a confirmed patient against his will. The other part is obtaining the minimum contact information of people, a large number of people who are near the confirmed patient's movement. Now, on the first part, I think there's a lot to. That's where the my personal opinion is that it should not be allowed because it's not necessarily proportionate. It's not necessary or proportionate. But on the second part, where the state obtains minimum contact information to alert you the possible risk that you might have encountered, I think that's a more difficult issue, whether that should be allowed or not. I mean, both presenters who talked about non-consensual contact, the involuntary contact tracing, talked about how voluntary system is underperforming. But one of the reasons for underperformance of the voluntary system is because it is voluntary. It's because not many people actually use the app. So the data is not complete enough to alert a large enough number of people. Now, I'm not saying that if you make it mandatory, you'd have had a better performing system. It's just that we don't have the data one way or another. There's just more, empirical research that needs to be done. So I think these are really difficult issues that really don't have clear answers yet. Hopefully our constitutional challenge is going to kind of fill the gap somehow.
Okay, thank you. Does any one of you would like to add something on this topic?
So the last point basically is talk about like the underperformance of this involuntary system is because it was involuntary. It was voluntary.
What I meant was there were comments that the voluntary system was underperforming, and therefore it doesn't make sense to make it mandatory. I'm saying that if you made it mandatory, it might have performed better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not sure one way or the other, but I'm just saying we don't know.
Right. I think my case is about they made it mandatory, right? And but the problem is they didn't differentiate risk level of activities and locations. So if you have to do it at the entrance of big shopping mall or department store, what is it useful? How is it useful to collect that data to determine how close you are with someone positive? And so that necessarily leads to excessive collection of data. And if that's how you collect data, that's how you request data, right? Because you have to ask the location number and then get everyone who had that number, and that's everyone who entered the building, right? So that's excessive collection of data and excessive use of data. And then it's unhelpful because the public health authorities will have to determine again which of them are actually contact. So it's actually more work than less work. Yeah, so that was my point.
OK， 请问在现场的朋友，是那个林医师。
你好，我是疾病管制署医师。那第一个问题，我想请问 Professor Park 关于韩国的部分，就是因为韩国如果现在已经有这个 non-consensual 的 contact tracing 的这个 strategy， 是不是只有针对 MERS 跟 COVID-19， 还是说针对其他的传染病也有这样子做这种 contact tracing 的可能？也就是说，在 COVID-19 之后，韩国政府是不是还是可以用这个方式来做这一个方面大规模的这个 contact tracing？ 那我另外一个问题是想请教吴全峰老师，就是像刚刚以韩国的例子，就是他们在 MERS 之后就把这个策略修进法里面了。那如果在我们台湾的修法的话，其实也是有这样的可能，就是所谓的名气可用，就是在这个时候，我们也可以把这些法律都修到传染病防治法里面，变成一个法律位阶的。那这个时候该怎么？因为这样子有可能就会变得就是说，我的合法性基础已经具备了，那这样是不是变成政府就可以？就是用这样的技术，就是做这样的事情了。那这个地方想请问老师的意见，谢谢。
So first, I would like to invite Professor Park.
My answer to that question is easy. Yes. The law is general.
Okay, so it's a slippery slope.
Slippery slope.
Yeah. And this is the normalization of the exception state. Go ahead.
其实我的想法就是，它的确可以修进去之后，让它的合法性基础更稳固一点。可是，在修这个的时候，它的相关的一些条件，什么时候可以用这个东西，什么时候不能用，它必须要更小心，它才不会造成所谓刚刚讲的滑坡效应。不然的话，那个 exception 的状态，它会一直维持下去。然后在什么时候开始，什么时候结束，或什么时候必须要用到这样的资料，理论上必须要有一个明确的一些条件在，甚至刚刚有讲过，就是有些东西我们说不定在法律上没有办法写那么仔细，可是你的监督机制，或者是你有没有一个机制去检视说他在用这些资料的时候有没有达到最小应用的原则，那些东西，可能一个独立的机制，而且必须要是 periodically review， 它才有办法使得它的正当性能够继续维持住，而不是说今天在刚开始说 OK 疫情开始发生，我用了这一个方法，我就一直用下去，然后中间没有任何因为这个疫情的改变，然后做任何的那个定期的一个检验，所以我觉得大概是类似这样的状况。But I also have a following question like this, because that in Germany or in Korea, like something like this kind of exceptional situation, do you have any standard to say when is it start and when will it end, and is there any like institutional mechanism to review it periodically? And so is also this question is also to Wen-Chong. I just mentioned in my panel talking about the emergency decree. Yeah.
I mean, to answer the question to him, I mean, I'll try to add something to his answer to your question. When you make law, you have to look at all other laws affecting privacy. Unlike other areas, privacy is a holistic, meaning people might have given out data under other laws, then that kind of affects the reservoir of privacy left for people. So the total amount of privacy enjoyed by people should be somehow calculated before you make law. One reason that I already told you that I'm kind of split on the state's acquisition of minimum contact information of people to alert them about the risks that they may face. Even when I'm split, I'm more concerned about the Korea situation because Korea has another law, well, another set of laws, two laws. One is mandatory SIM card registration. So all the phones, whether it's postpaid, prepaid, you have to present your government ID. Even foreigners have to present passports. So all the electromagnetic signals of the phones going through the air in Korea, if you just catch it, there is a government ID number attached to it. And then we have another law that allows the government to acquire the identity data of all the cell phones. That means that although the health authorities may obtain contact information to alert the people of the owners of that information, because of other laws will allow the health authorities to also identify them, to know who they are, right? So that kind of reduces the reservoir of or total amount of privacy enjoyed by people. So that calculation will be different from country to country. As to your question about when you make law, you want to talk about when some scheme starts and when some scheme should end. I think if we are talking about pandemic-related law, I think it should be left to the real experts in that area, the health authorities. And when he asked the question about whether other diseases are covered, it is solely the health authorities' decision whether certain disease qualifies as a pandemic that triggers the non-consensual contact tracing. Not much difficulty there.
Yeah, as to your question, in Germany there's a minor but very outspoken and very strong faction of people that would call out the German state as a dictatorship because of the measures we took. So they were protesting in the streets because we had to wear masks. They were protesting that even the protests themselves were regulated because they couldn't gather in the way they used to gather. There were restrictions on the number of people that could meet in one certain spot. They, at some point in the pandemic, even had to keep distance to each other, and many other things like mandating people to provide the information when they enter a restaurant and all these things. So it is not because of this faction, and one very large concern of theirs was exactly what you described. So there would be the state is using its power to implement hard restrictions of human rights, and they will remain in place indefinitely. I was never one to, and my organization was never one to agree to that at all. I was always convinced that these were temporary measures, and as it turns out, we were right. All these measures, it is true that certain laws have been changed in ways so that they can apply to future pandemics, but all the hardcore measures, hardcore like mandating to wear a mask, that is hardcore already for Germans. All these measures have a time clock running, and this clock has run out on most things. So even now, when numbers are still relatively high, but still controllable, there was no parliamentary decision to reignite the possibilities that would then lead to hard measures. So in that sense, I would say that the parliament itself, namely the Liberal Party, was responsible for not extending the state of emergency. It was not formally a state of emergency, but it felt like one, to not extend it further. And I have to admit, in hindsight, they were probably right even with the timing, which was about spring this year, that it was okay for the time being, but it could always restart again, and that is clear to everyone in the public.
OK， 因为我们的时间其实所剩不多，那我想是不是可以让我滥用一下我主持人的权利？先问一个问题啊，因为我们今天的panelists还有一位苏慧杰教授，从刚刚到现在还没有发言过哈。那我想要提问的问题是，就在几天之后，那台湾要举行大选啊。那因为现在的疫情关系，有一些确诊者就因此可能在事实上无法来行使他们的投票权。好，那在这样的一个情况底下，如果去看一下我们的传染病防治法啊，目前针对第一类跟第二类的传染病，它是有一个强制要进行隔离的法律的规定。那SARS 就是 COVID-19 呢，它是第5类的传染病，第5类基本上。他只有讲说，就是采取一些这个必要的一些防疫措施，倒没有明文在法条上写说一定要进行隔离啊。只是事实上，我们现在指挥中心是要求要进行隔离，而且是用5+0的方式啊。那不晓得苏教授觉得说，在这样的一个情况底下，您觉得对于这样的一个人权的，就是起码是一个政治性的参与的权利来讲的话。不知道您觉得是一个合宪的，或者说它其实是有一些宪法上面争议的一种限制哈。那等一下也想听听看，我们韩国跟德国的朋友哈，在不知道说在您的国家是不是有遭遇到相类似的问题？那你们的解决方案是什么？
谢谢主持人。好，那我想趁这个机会，可能或许用一个比较框架性的方式来回答。抱歉，这个我知道时间已经有点紧迫。好，那不过因为我今天算是以就是宪法的这个观点来参与讨论，所以我想还是以宪法的角度切入。就是如同今天前面几场的座谈都已经有谈到的，我个人会认为说。在 COVID-19 的这次疫情里面，它其实坦白说并没有发生太多新的问题，它无疑是放大了很多我们目前就是本来就有的问题。好，那其中有一个就是如果从宪法观点来看的话，我觉得最麻烦的地方是在于说，它其实蛮凸显了我们长久以来立法院的一个情况，就是立法院常常会有不作为，或者是说过度向行政机关退让的这个情形。好，那这一点我们其实在常态法制上面可以看得到，那特别是在这一次的所谓的紧急应变的法制里面，当然也可以看得到。好，那所以其实这里有一点像回应刚刚吴泉芳老师其实已经有谈到了，比方说像我们这一次的很多的措施，其实到最后都是用那个纾困条例的那个唯一的条款来做所有的事情。好， 好，那所以其实这特别就彰显了我们的国会其实太容易的用所谓的一次性的空白授权，然后接下来就完全都让行政机关去做所谓的紧急应变的处理。好，那但是呢，其实这一点或许也可以稍微回应一下刚刚所谈到的，是不是这样的情况在未来把它订进传染病防治法就可以永久性的解决呢？好，那我个人的想法会认为，其实答案会是否定的。因为如果我们对于权力分立有一定的了解的话，就会知道说，确实在我们特别不太了解这个疾病的相关知识的时候，我们会比较愿意让行政机关使用它的行政手段去做所谓的那个临机应变的情况。但是当我们对于这个科学或者是医学的知识慢慢产生之后，理论上其实国会应该要就是基于它就是具有直接民主正当性，并且应该要保障全国基本人权的这个立场，向行政机关把权力拿回来才对，这样才是对的。好，那这样子的一个动态的平衡呢，不会因为今天只是把特定的那个手段类型定进传染病防治法，那它就会变成好，那所以我之后就可以永远的把这个权限都放给行政机关，绝对不会是这个样子。你仍然必须要依照，就是当我们的那个科学风险或者是医疗风险减低之后，你国会还是仍然必须要做定期的检讨。对，那所以我完全赞成刚刚吴老师所讲的，其实你国会必须要做定期的检讨，然后实时的去考虑说，你是不是应该去修正的法案。好，那其实真的不应该做这种一次性的空白授权。好，那关于这个就是到底可不可以以防疫之名，然后采取一些不足的应变法制，也就是邱老师刚刚提到的问题，特别是这个是非常紧迫的台湾的这个情况。好，那就我所看到，其实这几天我已经看到非常多的宪法跟行政法学者一直在讨论说，我们应不应该赶快推出就是任何的一种暂时的处分，然后甚至赶快把这个案子送进宪法法庭里面。好，那所以其实这件事情确实已经在公法学界里面造成很大的骚动。好，那以我个人来讲的话，这个当然会是非常严重的宪政问题，因为首先，如同刚刚邱老师所谈到的，我们目前其实都是以行政行为的方式在做所有事情。可是，如同大家都知道，投票权是一种公民的参政权，这是一种受到宪法上面非常高度保障的权利，在理论上它的法律保留的程度应该要是非常高的，但是我们现在就是完全没有相关的法制规定，所以其实在形式上面它本身就是一个非常具有争议性的手段。好，那即便我们进一步去看它的实体的要件，这个到底有没有所谓的重大迫切的政府利益，其实至少在现在的这个阶段来讲是会有很大疑虑的。因为在2年前，可能我们对这个疾病真的是所知甚少，我们可能会愿意接受，就是风险的交换。但是现在，就是大家都知道没有这么的严重，所以其实这里并没有所谓的非常重大的生命权或者是健康权的保护的法益。所以它到底可不可以去正当化对于也相当重要的参政权的，而且不是限制，它完全就是剥夺。好，这个其实在法益衡量上面是有很大的问题的。好，那除了其实很难找到一个所谓的重大迫切利益之外呢，它的手段选择也是非常有疑问的。好，那当然我们知道投票可以有非常多的手段嘛，那只是说目前我们并没有实体投票之外的替代方案。好，那如果我们保守一点来讲的话，或许我们可以了解就是政府就是坚持实体投票这种方式的理由。但是正是因为如果政府非常坚持要实体投票的这个途径的话，你就更应该去寻求就是让你可以维持实体投票方案的替代手段，而不是用就是非常单纯的行政成本的理由，然后就很过度轻易的去剥夺掉人民的参政权。好，那就是以我个人来讲，我觉得这个是非常就是难以说服我个人的一种就是政策的说明。好，那所以这个问题就回答如上。
谢谢。那Professor Park or Dr. Moini, which one of you would share some thoughts? Okay.
I'll start so that the mic can travel away. I think it is clearly unconstitutional. No question about it. No, it is what makes people living under democracy not slaves is their ability to vote, their ability to elect their own representatives. Taking away the right to vote is making them slaves. Korea just had a local election about 6 months ago. We had the same question, the confirmed patients. We just set up different time of the day for the confirmed patients to vote. That's how we segregated the confirmed patients from non-patients. There can be many other ways of protecting public health and voters' rights. Another thing that I think is clearly unconstitutional in the Thailand context is doing the non-consensual contact tracing without any law authorizing it. At least we have the law, so we can challenge it in the Constitutional Court. You don't have law. You have no law you have no law even to challenge. We are both civil law jurisdictions. You must have the same principle of statutory restriction of basic rights. The principle that basic rights can be restricted only by the mandate of only by the statutory mandate, only by, I'm saying this again for the translator, only by the law that's made by people's representative. I think non-consensual contact tracing is a clearly privacy infringement that needs a statutory approval.
Thank you. As to voting, in Germany, I believe we didn't have a legal problem or a problem in the law, but rather a problem of execution of the law. So in Germany, every voter is registered per se. You don't have to register. So everyone gets, when there are elections, with the invitation to go to vote, an invitation to replace that by voting by mail. So everyone that was in quarantine or otherwise indisposed could have opted for that option, and many did. But the problem was then in practice that many of, because of the pandemic in many elections, many more people used this option rather than go vote in person. And this, again, led to the authorities being overwhelmed with write-in votes, which then again led to chaos in some government authorities, which then again, in practice, led to their vote not counting in some cases even. And we've just a few days ago, the Berlin Constitutional Court, not the Federal Constitutional Court, the Berlin Constitutional Court declared the last Berlin election void, and we need to repeat it because there were so many issues with voting that had not only to do with the pandemic, but had to do with 4 different votes taking place on the same day and authorities just being ill-prepared to handle all that and calculating too little time and too few helpers to process the election. But of course, the pandemic added to that because there simply were added precautions to be taken care of. And yeah, so again, I would say in law we didn't have a problem, but in practice we did.
Okay, thank you. 我想有非常多的议题都还需要不是需要，应该是说大家都还想要再继续讨论，包括这个就是我们除了这个刚刚提到的很多资讯科技之外，以台湾来讲，我们有的健保的系统，那在疫情当初有很多的这个健保注记啊，就是把已经确诊或者是有可能确诊的这些讯息记录在我们的健保卡上。好，那类似像这样的一种情况，其实也都会产生很多的有关人权的争议。那我想这些议题可能没有时间一一的讨论。好，那我不知道线上有发问的问题吗？没有，是不是？那个好，后面有一位朋友来，请冠如。
因为刚前面有提到健保卡注记，然后2场的讲者也都有提到说用电信业者所提供的装置基地台的位置资料这件事情。那我会想要询问，就是 讲者们对于这件事情的看法，因为拥有很多电信资料之后，那在去年台湾是有发生一件是万华案，那是使用这些电信资料，然后再去找出在台北市有一个区域万华区那边出现的人，然后在那个案子那段期间有找到15万人，就是这15万人是依据电信资料去在他们的健保卡上做注记，而且这15万人是不知道的情况下，那这个健保卡注记它的用意是说，当有一些人去到医疗诊所的时候，可以医生或是医护人员比较知道说，这个人现在的状况。但是我不太清楚说，当我们是利用一个位置资料、基地台的位置资料，或者是其他的大数据资料，去怎么样去衡量这个人他的风险，然后跟最后为什么决定对这一些人去采取可能会影响到他的就医权利等等的这一些措施，或者是为什么选择不告诉这些人？我觉得常理上来看，应该是这些人知道自己可能有一些风险状况是比较好的嘛。但我其实对于这个案件，我自己其实现在也还非常不确定，因为当初这个案件是经过媒体报道、媒体披露，然后公众才知道，然后后续民间团体再去做政府资讯公开，才可以了解的更多。但是实际上，它整个政策怎么运行，以及到底所谓的高风险人士纯粹是依据基台资料如何去判断这些，可能都还需要后续更多讨论。那我只是想纯粹问说，那如果是就这种使用电信资料，然后我去对某些人做某些措施的这些方式，不管在法律上还是实际上有没有可以更保护人权的地方？想请教一下。
谢谢。Any one of you would like to respond?
So 100,000 people from Wanhua district were their health status data were annotated with the fact that they visited Wanhua district when there was outbreak. Okay, and I think that there is of course, there's a data protection law or data protection principle that is being threatened there. I mean, a lot of people think of data protection as a rule that you own data about yourself, but if you approach it that mechanistically, it's going to always create conflict with the actual ways that the data are used and need be used by the government and also companies. But there are other rights within data protection law, like right to access, right to deletion, right to object to processing. I think it is correct that people should be notified of such annotation so that they can at least challenge if they think that, if they didn't actually visit the Wanhua district during the outbreak. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, well, we don't have a comparable system in Germany, so we don't have experience with that. But to me, it is obvious that this is disproportionate because it's not specific enough. And so the question is even not just challenging whether you were in Wanhua district or not, but also whether this is an accurate determination of the risk you're presenting. And I would doubt that it is, because when there's, I don't know how many, a few hundred people probably that were infected, and that now 100,000, or weren't it even 600,000? In someone say 600,000 people, and that is just absurd in my view. And of course, the issue of transparency, but that is so minor, or so. I mean, the bulk of the problem is way earlier to even determine so many people as risky.
时间不够，我就简单带一下。第一个东西就会变成是，我们先不讨论那个法律合法性的基础的问题，那单纯只是就刚刚类似刚刚那个这样子讲的，就是在这种状况之下的话，到底为什么是那60万？为什么是万华？为什么有必要？这些东西我刚刚在演讲的时候讲过，他并没有讲得很清楚，他的理由是什么？他的 evidence base 是什么？就等于说是画出一个东西来，就是说万华区有出现。那为什么其他区有出现的时候不做类似的东西？那万华区是有什么必要性，必须要做到60万人全部通通都有？这些理由跟这些目的理论上是要讲清楚的。然后另外一个我觉得会有问题的是，你有没有其他更小侵害的手段去做？因为在那时候发生这件事情的时候，是简讯实联制已经有了，不是实联制已经有了。对，但是我的意思是说，那时候已经有这个机制在了，对，所以他对 voluntary 的有一个机制在了。那所以他到底有没有办法利用那个东西去找到这群人，还是我一定必须要用更侵害更大的手段去把60万人全部框进去？我觉得在这边的讨论没有很充分或充足，就一下子就60万人全部拉进来。我觉得60万人拉进来 OK， 但是你又在健保法上面去做了注记，那等于说我到哪边去的时候看医生，那个注记就会跑出来，那我就某种程度被贴了一个标签在那边。我觉得这个是在有没有以最小侵害的方式去达成我希望防疫的目的上，我不是说完全不行，而是这个讨论它没有充分到可以解决我们的疑惑，大概是这样子。
little follow up， 所以我讲一下，因为刚刚讲到说实联制是侵害比较小的，那事实上也是陈时中在10月的时候直接说我们要继续用实联制，因为实联制会更小、更精确。好，那所以我就是这个是他认为要继续用实联制的简讯实联制的理由，即使那时候的案例数非常的低。好，那可是事实上呢，在比如说我刚刚讲到那个实验室感染那个例子。好，那个例子只有一个 case， 这个一个 case 呢，因为它的足迹包含百货公司等等地方，那这一个 case 在前2天就 access 了22万笔。好，那你比起来，就是钻石公主号所有的游客去过的地方，它发送的简讯是60几万笔，万华整个区域它发送的简讯是60几万笔。好，所以简讯实验室真的有更小、更精确吗？好，所以这个也是我一直对这个东西的一个质疑。好，那我觉得刚刚还有一个问题就是说，就是为什么是60万，或是为什么这60万里面注记是15万？好，那它的 protocol 它的标准是什么？好，那这个跟后面简讯实验室这个也有关系，就是说他去 access data 去问这个百货公司或是这个餐厅，他问的是多少时间的？是一整天的呢，还是几个小时内？事实上，这个也从来没有说清楚过。好，所以这整个不管是在这个法律基础上都有的问题，或者他为什么可以连接这些资料，或者说他使用这些资料的一些标准的程序或者是规定，事实上我们都没有看到。
好的，我想时间已经超过很多了哈。那虽然大家还意犹未尽，但是必须要喊卡还是得喊卡。好，那。非常谢谢大家今天整个下午的参与。那我相信防疫跟人权的问题不会在COVID-19 的疫情结束之后就消失，可能会有 COVID-25、COVID-30 ，I don't know。好，我们可能还会再次面临到同样的挑战。好，所以这个问题会持续，那我们也必须持续对它抱持的关心，好，跟一个警惕的这样的一个心。好，那。我相信法律学界、还有民间的社团以及我们的国家安全委员会也都会持续关心这个议题。好，那谢谢大家今天的参与，谢谢。
好，感谢各位贵宾。那我们想请就是我们的讲者跟主持人在台上再稍微留步一下，拍个大合照。那也感谢各位来宾的参与。我们2022资讯科技防疫与人权挑战国际研讨会活动到此圆满结束，再次感谢您，谢谢。 谢。